And we're live. My name is Bruce, and you have my only hands over here. With me tonight is, of course, Chimerian the Great, or Saint Rant of Kai. I'd
Hmm.
like to welcome all of our friends, Crafting Gamer, Six Nation 31 Kings, and the rest of our adventuring party, which we had up until about 20 minutes ago, which I had to shut off the computer and relocate it in here. Thank you for the great game today. You don't understand. Thank you. Like, that was great, guys. That was fucking awesome. But I, me and Kai don't have a whole lot to say about the state of gaming right now because we both like he hit the nail on the head just like a second ago. I'm like, okay, well, what do you want to talk about tonight? Because he just talked to me about his fun world he's talked about, but he hasn't really discussed the uh, the things that happened in quote unquote gaming over the last year. So I know that some of you guys might want to discuss what's gone on in gaming. I myself don't really find a whole lot of value with the current market, with the current agenda. So if you, our viewers, wish to jump in, I'm going about and throwing links out there in Discord to people that were just with us and the rest of the Table Breakers crew, which we do want to also give them that opportunity. um, Today was a rough game. I mean, it was a side quest. I tried to make it as gritty and as grungy as possible. I realized at a certain point, wait, you're on YouTube. Don't take it past NC-17. Do not go past triple X. Okay, so fine. We just here's a bunch of girls with trauma and trauma you don't want to talk about too much unless you want to get demonetized quickly because YouTube is a bunch of softies and can't handle adult situations. But with that being stated, this is for me, like, I'll just go with 2023. Like, outside of my tables I've been with, I don't care about anything that came out this year. I don't. I got people that are saying, "Oh, well, Shadow Dark is greater. Oh, this version of the USR is greater. Oh, this game, like the coolest game that's came out in the last 3 years for me, Kai, that looks really cool. There's two new games that have come out that I would love to spend time with. I only have some days per week, not even all days per week. Hey, Lady. So I would say Coriolis looks good, which is interesting science fiction with a real weird religious bent to it. Or Forbidden Lands, which is a die pool system that encourages strong amounts of team play and not I am a badass fighter because you're going to die if you go through that within the first combat. It's more deadly than Legend of the Five Rings, which me and Kai have discovered before on other episodes of Chimerian's Musings, where me and Kai value that game system very much.
Hmm.
That's one of our favorite systems. And that was actually one of the most pleasant things I discovered in 2023. Like, he's he knows the system much better than I do. I love that system. I didn't spend enough time with it. I spent enough time to watch my friends die because I'm like, yeah, I can watch you guys play. You already have an established table. That's fine. Okay. And then when they start acting like fools because your friends don't understand, like, hey, we're not in Western fucking Europe with magic anymore. You're in a world that does have the honor system hard boiled into it, but if you don't use honor in your discussions or in your behavior, you're going to offend somebody and steel will be drawn. The moment steel's drawn, somebody's dead. And it more than likely is you.
Yeah, pretty much.
We were
I
just
mean
talking.
that
But
shelf right here behind me, that's just all L5R right there. That's mine.
wait until you download the rest of all that stuff that people wrote for L5R's Unity system or whatever they call it that works ever so fucking beautifully.
Yeah.
Because L5R has a wonderful system. I don't know why more systems don't just use that. I know that sounds overtly simplified, but I mean it's as elegant as Western Games D6, the original D6 system, not with Wild Die.
Oh, I like the wild die though.
I do too for certain things. There's a lot of times where no, I don't want that to come into play because then like more things bad will happen at the wrong moment than what need to happen. The Wild Die has killed more player characters because of just like as happenstance for me than anything else.
I would like to. No, no. That wild die is lethal to say the very least. You're right, but it really did teach me to. I think that was the game that taught me really hard to. No. Best way to not die is to not get shot at.
That and actually, then when we started playing with Star Wars as Wild Die, we actually learned that it's best just to game the system so hard that you don't have to worry about rolling die. So be very descriptive, be very deliberate with your actions. Don't do shit half cocked, half baked, and get in there, get out. Because the moment you leave things a chance, that's when dice are rolled, and that's
Yep.
really not the way that you're going to live happily in that game. You'll get waxed. I
Yeah.
love I love I love War Dark Star Wars D6. That's my first RPG. The first one I ever got into the nuts and bolts of, and I just absolutely love it. Um, I need to talk to Garrett about getting that server set up because he had a RPG book server. A lot of my old books are on there. A lot of the books I had in Deer Creek. Huh, okay. Um, Six Nations and Flavy, if you guys want to jump in, you can. The reason we were going to discuss the year in review, but like the things that made me happiest about this year, I should really be like, do I just say this is a gratitude stream for my friends and table mates for not letting me get sucked down into the mire of shit that the pop culture has turned our RPG hobby into?
That might be work. That might work, but honestly, I just it's honestly it's just people you're around that are going to keep you from falling into that. I mean, everything else can fall into shit, but as long as you got a small nexus of people who are good, it won't matter.
Um, we've we have really been lucky at my table. I've managed. I've had a good group of people there for about the past 7 years that I've been kind of steadily, slowly building the channel. I'm not really building the channel because for all I did for like up until 2019 was mainly just run games and post them, and not even the full game. It was just like I run games.
Yeah.
Okay. Baron Girock is doing a bid. He'll go up later tonight or tomorrow. He might not be available for tonight. That's fine. Um, are we grognards now? Asking for a friend. God, doesn't it feel like it? We are.
I mean, in a fashion.
So, I mean, like we've got a good group of players. Like every table I go to right now, it seems like I'm not really having to struggle to get points across or to get my voice. Like today, like we didn't start at quote unquote 12:30, but I had my players together and they were largely in discussion with each other. And you know how when everybody first gets their coats off at the game store, gab session. And the gab session lasted for like an hour. For a full hour, everybody's just talking with each other, just having fun, chatting. Hey, here's Lady. Um, Everything went through pretty well. Hello, sir.
Hey there.
And then we started the game, and went live, and the game just seemed to flow. I wasn't trying to script it out, but it felt like there was some beats that really were scripted, and I don't know, as a GM, like it can't be just me. My players are adding their own level of spice to the game, and it's making it flow, and it's making everything work at the table, which I'm really like. You don't understand. If you're not a gamer, you've never had that situation. Like, if you're a writer, you kind of get it because you have to write about different characters in different situations, and you have to magically make them all agree that at some point the resolution has to happen and things tie up. But with this game today, I didn't have to struggle. I just kind of like set the pins up and they bowled a fucking 300.
That's honestly the goal. To be really honest, that's what we should be aiming for. And a good group, that's honestly all you need to have. I mean, a lot of people try to force it, but you know, it's like I, I want role play. No, role play happens organically. I want cohesion. Cohesion happens organically. We have all these weird, stupid things where we always say like, "Oh no, I gotta force it." Like I got hardcore. Like, no, if you've done your job right as a GM, you don't have to force anything. It's just literally it happens, and it's I'm glad that you finally had like it clicked in that everybody was just going, and that was a nice. That's a nice feeling.
So I don't know. I just like this is, I guess, my gratitude stream. Gratitude for table breakers. Gratitude for the two tables I've got. Gratitude for Chris running his game as long as he did until he just got tired and he's like, I got to redo this. I got to redo this. And like, I get it. Like, I'm redoing all of Pathfinder. I get tired of Pathfinder because it just front loads way too much shit for the players. Where I feel like, yeah, there's some things I don't mind advancing past the magenta box, and there's other things like I want organic. I want the game to be organic in it. If you just like at these levels, these things naturally happen. They just automatically happen. You just automatically do these things, and I'm like, no, these are things that can happen, but they have to happen through role play or through dedicated time away from the main action, and that's the main focus, the main push that I've got. And I know that I hammer that all the time, but whenever I see you in 2009, you're skilled very competently to a certain degree for working for FedEx or UPS, whoever it was, I forget.
It's FedEx.
But when I met up with you again in 2016 and we talked about things, 7 years of you being away from the action happened, but yet you were so much more competent at a lot of other things that you had broadened your knowledge base on. Didn't you get
Yep.
your CDL during that time as well?
Yeah.
And here's the fun thing: when you have a job that gives you time away from a dedicated or forced opportunity to work under somebody else's supervision, now all of a sudden you're allowing yourself the time to process and think and really pontificate about things because you're forced to. Either that or else you learn to distract yourself with podcasts and music and YouTube videos. And we do both of those really well. A lot of people learn how to do that when they're on the road. They become very self-analytical and they try to figure out how to be a better person. It's a really good time to be away from people, to have that, like, am I an asshole? Can I resolve this? Can I fix this? Like, you had plenty of miles you put down. It seems like now, no offense, but it's not 2009, 2023, but it feels like almost with the way you've matured, like 20 years have gone by, 25 years have gone by.
In a way, yeah.
So, and I don't mean to I'm not trying to ignore Flady. I just want to, wanted to get that out of the way because I think for the first purposes of my point where I want to try to illustrate why I want a game system that does the things I've got it doing. I think that whenever people venture off, they go out in the wilderness and they have their day in the sun, and then they have their day in the blizzard, and they learn how to deal with the elements. I think that literally is, like time served very very well and very healthily, where they are able to return back and be like, I'm kind of better than what I was before we last time. Let me show you. Let me explain to you where I've been and what's going on now. Hi, lady. How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Good.
Had to take my pills and stuff and recaffeinate up and all that.
Shit, I gotta grab my pills. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Well, it's fucking
It's all right.
Like holy shit, it was just 8 a.m. earlier.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's usually when I do mine, 8 and 8. And if I'm a little late, doesn't matter. But no, thank you, Kai, for the recommendation of the Tigers of Terra.
You been enjoying it?
Well, I just started last night, and as I flip through because I don't have many. I maybe have 20 or 30 issues all spread out.
It's been a while. It's hard to get them all these days. I keep hunting for them because I lost my collection a long time ago, and I know better than trying to go hunt them all down because
That's what I've been doing with the Iron Man. What I find is working for me, at least, is I hunt for cheap lots of people who either don't know what they have or don't care, they're desperate.
Yep.
I get the lot, and then I go to my local comic shop or back to eBay when I'm hunting for a single, like, okay, I have all these, but I'm missing that one. So I got like 3 lots, but they were mixed. There were other stuff in there, but I got 3 lots that had Tigers of Terra, and I decided to go with the tech manual.
Great.
I wanted a palate cleanser. You know, I've been reading a lot of Iron Man and stuff like that. I'm like, I want something. I want to break it up. So, you know, no, not real story, but lore, backstory.
Yep.
And yeah,
it's definitely gets you that.
If it's going to follow, like I only read Tech Manual 1 last night.
Yeah.
But if things are going to move based off of what I picked up in there, because I don't know when it was written compared to the other copies. I think it was done in 99 or 95 or something. But I have to check my chart.
Yeah, it's old.
Okay.
It's sad. I make charts for all these. I'm sure there's an app out there, but I give everyone enough of my data, and to be honest, I stink at Excel, but I do like the plain boringness of the spreadsheet. Because if I control it and make the font bigger, it's easier on my eyes. So 95, yeah, that's right. December 95 for issue 1 of the tech manual. So I'm assuming issue 2 is probably going to be sometime in 96. But the story evolves off of the lore that's dropped in the tech manual.
Yep.
And the art style, you know, sticks similar to it. Yeah, that's going to be up there with Star Blazers for me. It really needs an RPG game, or else I'm just going to be using Rifts and Aliens Unlimited to supplement until somebody creates one. But it was nuts. It was a palate cleanser, and it was nuts.
It's definitely that. I said, Ted Nomura was just a really good artist and writer. He did some great work back then, and I really enjoyed it. It's like he went with a very nice, classic, simplified, older style to his character designs. He was very technical with how he drew and how he used his mastery of grayscale. It was just really, really solid, and I really just enjoyed just the whole Family of Altered Wars series that he created, and it was just like a nice some great what if stories, and I'm like, this is nice. It is a start. It has a definite. You could see it being a Star Blazers universe style story, and therefore it's like. Plus, most people never heard of it, let alone read it. So therefore, if you pull anything out of it, you're like, most people are like, "Wow, that's fucking amazing." I go, "Yeah, it is," and then you just roll with it. It was like it's great. Like, unfortunately, it fits into that weird category where you're not going to see a lot of people making an RPG set, you know, in that some of the earlier ones, like some sort of like Vietnam, World War II, some are modern, some are near future. And I'm like, you're not going to see a whole lot of people who put a lot of effort into military aircraft and science fiction like that, because people are like, airplanes are scary, and I really don't know many airplane based and role playing games outside of maybe Robotech actually.
Yeah, it like my local comic shop. I've only been out in this area for going on 3 years. I barely leave the house. And I only just recently got back into comics. So I've only been to the place twice in the last month. The guy seems very nice, family guy. He's got a lot of goodies. But it's not like a trendy shop. Like I'm watching, since I got into comics, I started watching like some YouTube channels and stuff. Like this one guy, I'm going to go visit this shop, and the whole wall's nothing but ranked slabs and stuff. I'm like, that's a, $100,000 wall or more.
Right.
This is just, I'm going to shut my camera off. I'll be back in a second just to show you what I got. But he didn't know the comic, but he knew the artist. He was like, he's done some other stuff too. He's like, I'm not familiar with that line, that series. He's like, but no, he's like, you're not the first person to come in here and talk well about him. I'm like, I don't know anything about him. I'm coming in here off someone else's recommendation. He's like, go with it. He's like, I don't have any. He's like, but then he pulled out some Macross and Robotech comics at $4 pop. I was like, because my brother's a huge Robotech fan. I'm like, I'll read them, and then they're his afterwards. I'm like, he didn't have many. He had 8. I'm like, the whole thing I'll take. But it's like a mom and pop shop. It's just a guy by himself. Wife's out doing whatever she does. The kid's in school. And it was just nice to have that feel again. Someone who knows comics, at least a fair amount, passionate about it. But, I don't know his politics. I don't care. It's none of my, as long as he leaves it out. Apparently he's a big Thor fan. I'm like, that's cool. I'm not, but I do know that it's a long-lived character, and that, especially in the earlier runs, many people just raved about the older stuff. Although I did find out I am going to have a hard time, just because of how weak my eyes are, with some of these newer comics. I don't know if you can tell, my place is very bright.
Yeah.
But yellow light gives me shadows, so I can't see depth. But then if I'm seeing it, looking at something that has glare, my eyes start to water. And a lot of these newer comics are on glossy paper. Like the cover for Tigers of Terror, I had to literally start like playing, musical light bulbs. Like I'll turn you off, but I'll go in this other room and turn you on so I get a casting. I may be stuck like really enjoying just the 60s, 70s, and 80s comics on that horrible garbage newspaper paper, because there's no glare to it. But yeah, I'll be right back. Let me show you some of the fun junk I picked up.
No worries.
Sounds like fun.
God.
What's up?
No, I'm just like trying to go back and reread, like how much I'm missing of a Family of Altered Wars, which is Nomura's bigger universe, and I'm like, God, there's a certain point where I like dropped out of being able to understand what like when my comic book shop decided to stop carrying the comics I read a lot is when I got out of comics, because they were just being kind of dicks. And I'm realizing that, man, I missed out on a whole lot of things because he didn't want to order any of the things that I wanted to buy. So because I wanted to buy from small press comics, and he didn't want to order small press comics because those are hard to get. And so, because I'm a huge Antarctic Press fan, and he didn't want to order from them, and therefore, but the thing is that whenever I ordered it, if it was ever put on the shelf, it would be sold instantly, because people come in and go, "Oh shit, that's good," and then they'd buy it, and then I come in and go, "Hey, where's my fucking comics at?" And he'd be like, You were 2 days late. I put them on the shelf. They're already gone. And I'm like, those are my fucking comics, man. And yeah, had a falling out with my comic book store. Me and Acme Comics don't get along very well.
But none of them are worth anything. But they're stuff I had as a kid, you know.
Yep.
So it's like some of them were $3, some of them were 5. I think one was 10. The Tigers of Terror, though, that's a flying tiger on there. It's a little different, but just a page up takes me right back to childhood. Like, it's 3:00. I ran down the block after school because Star Blazer started at 3. We got out at 3. They even use similar names like Cosmo Tigers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So, like I said, I'd like to thank you for recommending that. That will be a nice, fun adventure. That'll take me years to figure out, as I chart all the releases and you track them down over time, which to me, that's part of the fun.
It is.
I'd like to say hello to Hungar the Starbarian before he heads off to bed and meds.
Hope you're doing well, Hungar.
Yeah, man, miss you, bud. But we know that time is a finite resource, and you like to get to bed and let your medicines do the work. Dude, this shirt kicks ass. I was over at the store earlier today after I dropped off some laundry, and this lady did a double take on the shirt, and she's like, "That's the most blasphemous shirt I've ever seen." Excuse me? She's like, "You have the frog, the alt-right frog, as a navigator. Is that what steers your personal compass?" And I'm like, "Do you want a hug?" And she just got pissed and walked away.
I got that Dune Coffee shirt. It's not as cinematic as Hungar's Fro shirt, which is my favorite.
Yeah.
I've worn that to the doctor's office and to the dentist, and they're like, "Okay, what is it with the shirt?" I'm like, "Oh, well, you got to watch this channel. This is his thing." And I'm pretty sure this is like his, high school graduation picture or something crazy. That one's always a conversation starter. But the Dune Coffee shirt is, I've had a couple people that are like, "Wait, hold on, I need to finish reading that." I'm like, "Oh yes, this is the only thing that keeps me on my feet."
We could do the shirt with the Juice of Sappho speech from Peter, and we could change it from Juice of Sappho to the caffeine bean, and then we could change it to have Hungar's face on there instead of the guy that played Peter from Dune.
Yeah, if we can get the crazy hair and the eyebrows, and he can have that where he's like putting his fingers under his chin, because they do have a shirt with that, with Peter DeRees doing like this, but his eyes are X'd out because he's dead. But
Hungar, do a shirt where you put your face over Peter's face, and you'll have his big butchy eyebrows and wonderful hair.
That's so
from Philly, Soy.
Who?
No, Soy asked me, he's like, "Am I from New York?"
Have you ever heard him, Soy-based? The guy, he said numerous times, Pennsylvania, the promised land, the Amish capital of the world.
Well, what's the difference between Philly and New York? Nothing.
There's more crime in Philly.
The crime's just as bad. The real estate's just as terrible. The education's just as poor.
You can have more trank if you go to Philly.
This is true.
Fentanyl's too amateur league for you. Go for the trank.
Yeah, who doesn't want necrotizing fasciitis when you're getting your whack on?
Yeah.
What you got there, Kai?
I just sent Flighty, I just sent you the entire list of everything that that Nomura did for Tigers of Terra. In the entire Tigers of universe, that's just all 100 some odd issues that are in the series.
Yeah, because that I asked because my brother was into the comics after me.
Yeah.
And I got out of it first. He stayed in it, and then it got to the point where even he got out. So I'm just getting back in the game. So I was looking for a site to track character releases and appearances. I really don't care about the value. I'm not doing this for the money. I
Nope.
Some of these I literally have to read with gloves and because they're like literally like ready to disintegrate as I flip the page. And I paid like $2 for it because nobody else wants it. I'm like, I don't care, as long as the story's there, I'll read it. But I've been using Overstreet Access for tracking, like who is in this story or how many issues for this character in this line. And it's been fine until Tigers of Terra. It only had in their list the one shot, which I think was a compilation.
I sent you a list of literally everything from 1986 through 2006. But everything was I put out for it.
I appreciate that.
His 20-year run over it.
I appreciate that. That will definitely be well used. Because like I said, I make Excel spreadsheets of the main title of the comic. Then I break it down to the different lines, the issues, and the years.
Yeah.
Not just mark in things like, do I own it? How many copies do I have? Have I read it? Is it so damaged that I want to replace it? And then I post a little blog on my site, and everyone else is in Discord just to try and start up a conversation. But also as like what do you call them things? Almost like a little journal for myself.
Right.
So I can go back and be like, did I read this one? It's on my chart. Let me go back and look, And I've actually had some pretty sweet conversations. I mean, you hopped in and mentioned the Tigers of Terror. There's a guy in, I think it's Max's channel, maybe. Him and a couple other guys. We've been talking about like the comic code, which I didn't know anything about. And I actually just watched a video on it by Chuck Dixon like this week. It's a nice way to interact with people, recapture some of my childhood, not quit my job, get away from all the insanity.
It's nice. It's nice, honestly.
Yeah. And if you're not picky about condition, I mean, I do prefer an entire comic, like, all the pages. I prefer the cover to actually be part of the comic still.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, it's nice to have a nice, like I've lucked out and paid $20 for something from the 60s that's in really good shape that could probably go for $60 or $80. But most of what I've gotten, you can tell it's been well loved. And hey, that's what they're there for. It's just like the games.
You just gotta be able to read it. That's because it's meant to be entertained. It's like I don't want to own anything I can't touch.
Yeah. That's why I look for bargain bins for all my role-playing games. I have right now, I think I have like 4 copies of the first Set Tight Clan book and probably 3 copies of Coalition War Campaign in varying degrees of healthiness.
Right.
And I just give them away. Like I go to a convention, oh, here you go. Or I can get you a game night. Here you go. Spread it. Get people addicted to this. Not addicted, but you understand what I'm saying. Get people interested. What's it cost me? $5 for a book that's got coffee stains, some wrinkles. $5 now? Yeah, I can give you $5. Here, have a free book. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe I'll see you at the table again.
I think that Coalition War Campaign is one of the few Rifts books that like every fucking GM should have.
Oh, absolutely. It's my favorite book.
That campaign got me into Rifts. Hey, David Gile, how you doing? Heard you on. Got a chance to hear him earlier this week with Biggest Geekus.
That was good.
He was fucking great. Like I loved his valid complaint about Skyrim. Like, why the fuck am I leveling up if you're just gonna fucking level up the fucking monsters with me?
Yes. Oh dear God, yes. It's a problem with that game.
Well, you get magic items. Oh yeah, this item here gives you a +1 to your hearing, or this miserable item here, it gives you a +1 to your belt buckles. It just fuck you. That's what that is from the player.
Also, also because of the fact that game doesn't really scale you very well. Where if you're leveling up everything that's not combat related, the monsters don't care. They hear that you're leveling up, so the monsters get tougher.
Yeah.
And all you've done is I'm a good merchant and I know how to talk well. I know how to craft, and the monsters just hear, "Yeah, I'm going to kill you faster." And then you walk out there and get completely eviscerated because you didn't improve stealth, archery, and stabbing. You just did.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's one of the many problems with Skyrim. And I last played that like 2 years ago. I did it on stream as Confused Modernist, and I'm happy that I don't play that game much. That's all I'm going to say. One of my
yeah.
least favorite games, especially out of the box. David Guile, how you doing, sir? If you want in, I sent you a link for StreamYard. And same with you, Six Nations, 31 Kings. Although I will say, David Guile, you were not roboting at all from what I heard.
No, it was a great interview or conversation, discussion, however you want it.
The internet in Oklahoma was good for you that night. Oh, okay. Wife is sleeping, or else I would. Okay, that's fine. I don't know, like with a lot of us turning back to older media and older forms of the hobby, comics or RPGs, board games. A lot of us are going back to the older material, like stuff that was pre 2011, pre 2008.
Why not? I mean, one, if you already own it, why
Yeah.
not use it? Give it the love.
That's where I'm really confused as a gamer. Like, if you love D10 system, and say when they went from second ed to third ed, Vampire the Masquerade. If you didn't like third ed, did you have to play third ed?
No, unless your group changed. But
Yeah, but
no.
say your group is only 5 people, and only 1 out of 5, not you, wants to play third ed. The other 4 are like,
Well, guess what? You don't change.
yeah, I wouldn't change. Like, no offense, this is a moment where I can say, yeah, we actually are a democracy, and the most important member of the democracy is the guy who runs the game. But the other players, appreciate this other rule set, and we're not needing to evolve into third edition if this is what they're going to make. We'll hang out for fourth. We'll see what fourth is like, but right now we can't get behind third, and we keep playing second.
Yeah.
How many tables do you know when third edition D&D came out? They stayed with THACO. They stayed with the Brown books, a complete book of dwarves, a complete book of whatever TSR crapped out. A lot of tables I know did not advance initially. There were not a lot of early adopters that had 20 years in the game.
I know when we early adopted over into third, we only had like 5-6 years with second. So, I mean, but then again, we also jumped in in 2000, in 93, 94 into second. So we only had 6-7 years to play before we changed. And I guess the people I play with, we're always at least trying out the new stuff to see if it's actually worth it. And we only seem to drop back when we go forward, find that the new stuff doesn't do it for us, and then roll back. But the thing is that we're always looking at what the new stuff is to see when it becomes playable. Much like how we weren't interested at all in Pathfinder Second because it just didn't do anything. It had a lot of options, a lot of variety, a lot of potential, but it didn't give enough. yeah, there's a lot of variation that was built into the game, but it didn't have all the options that we were used to with first edition Pathfinder. The thing is that I think the reason why we were able to dump second as fast as we did, like, just
Are you done? Wait, you're not going in second anymore?
oh no. I'm talking about AD&D second.
Okay.
No. When the Advanced Player's Handbook for Pathfinder 2 came, that was the point where we actually picked the game up and said, it's playable now. And we ran with it. And it finally added enough options for us to go, it's playable. It wasn't playable enough for us at launch. It took a year or two to get good. But the thing is that because I think as TSR second, AD&D second was at its end, they released those player options books, which pisses off some people, but we embraced it. Well, half my group embraced it, and the other half went, this is weird, but we liked it anyway because it was options. And then all third is options. So many options. And it was really easy for us to just roll from cobbled together, we slapdashed onto a system that wasn't meant to have options, and we gave it options to an engine that we saw that was built that we didn't see yet. In 2000, we didn't see yet the train wreck that it would become, but it was an addicting train wreck. And so we just rolled into so much variety, so much potential, and we liked that because no longer were we having to go, okay, are we using grand mastery rules? Are we using this particular subset of rules? Are we using this particular subset of rules? And I understand now, 24 years after the release of the third edition rule set, that we would eventually come back to that. But it was a nice, refreshing change to have options and not go, what am I allowed to do? And I think we just ran with that for years, and to the point now where I think with the people that the old fuckers that I play with, and any kid who comes in and like, hey, I want to learn to play with you guys, and we're like, we're going to teach you how to do it right. Here is 400 here's the Mopar catalog of parts. Start building what you want. I have no idea what I'm doing. I know, but we'll help you. Rather than go, here's your little playpen that you're allowed to play in, and the rest of the scary world's outside that. You can't leave the playpen until I'm sure you're allowed to get out of the playpen. No, we're just like, sup, kid? Yeah. See that pool full of piranhas? Yeah. Flip. Sploosh. I'm being bitten. I know. It's a learning experience. And it's like, this is a teaching moment. Learn. And they learn this. And it's like, I guess we just want to have variety and options and just potential, because I think it's also because of the fact that I'm a fan of the idea that players should have the same tools GMs have. So anything I can do, players should be able to do. I don't like. Therefore, if I use a rule, they can use the rule too. And so by having a level playing field where everything is spelled out, there's none of this fucking I said so bullshit. Or if I say so, well, there's none of this. Only the bad guys in encounters could use it. No, everything should be a transparent mathematical equation, so that way they can fucking do it. They can freaking use it, and I like that. And so I just try to ingrain that into new players, where resist the temptation of saying I said so, or because I'm the GM, I allow this, or here. I'm allowed to do it. You can't do it until I say you can do it. No, here's the universe. The universe runs. Here's the rules of the universe. it doesn't matter if I don't like it. These are the rules of the universe. I will change the rules ever periodically, but when I change the rules, I'm going to tell you the rules have changed, and these are how it's going to operate, and that's just how it works. And I think that promotes a more fair, more balanced. I don't want to say fair and balanced, but because that's just a loaded term. But I don't know, when you have all the rules presented in a transparent manner and have a player go, so I can. I go, you can. There'll be consequences, but you can. Or if I say no, I'm going to explain why in a very, very concise manner rather than simply, I hate that, so therefore no. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense because there's been plenty of times where I've wanted to play a game and you go into a game and the DM says player's handbook only. And then, like, he sends you off against a bunch of Myrmidons, which they get automatic specialization. So they're going to average 3 to 4 points of damage more than you per round if you're in a toe-to-toe with them. And everything else is just, he's just a clone of you, or it looks like your twin brother. But he's better than you because he's not you. And, like, okay, well, that's fine. Well, can I use the Thieves' Handbook? Yeah, the DM says, yeah, sure, go ahead. Great, I got the complete Thieves' Handbook. I love this brown book. And then the DM pulls out the complete book of ninjas. Motherfucker.
I have both those books. I love those books.
So, hold on. I got a complaint about that went to default. Why did it go to that? Okay, we're back on. There's my sound. Because it went to the microphone off the camera and not the microphone I need. Anyway, so
That's why I put headphones on because I was like tin can mode. Quick, put cans on.
That's why that happened. Okay, my bad. So, because I disconnected my microphone when I was rotating it around and getting the cord free, but then when it came back, it like, oh, we're bad. We're in bad shape. Okay, so this DM, he was just a dick, and it's like, well, yeah, you can use a complete Ninja's Handbook for the players only items, sure. And then I look in there and there's like 4 fucking kits that are only for NPCs. Oh, you can only use this if you're an NPC bad guy. Brr. Great. Well, what if I want to run like Hackmaster? If I play Hackmaster 4th Ed, which is the only way to run Hackmaster 4th Ed, is allow everything in the PH and whatever's in the books. And those things aren't that bad, but they do have a anti-paladin. To have the anti-paladin, you need a 17 charisma. But if you can roll a 17 charisma with 3 dice 6, it's all yours. So the entire first hour of the game, you're there screaming at the die gods like, RNG, quit fucking me. I just want this anti-paladin. And you finally get your anti-paladin, and the DM says, okay, that's cool. And then the evil party that you want to have is made, and you lead this band of terrible ruffians and bandits and murder hobos across the land, and then the DM unleashes every fucking holy order of paladins in the complete clerical guide to gods, which is how they pronounce it, GAWDS. And so the entire campaign is just we're going to fuck you over for the choices you made. You wanted this, fine, you get this, but you get this to the shaft, to the base of the shaft. You're getting it.
Everything comes with a price.
And I my game that I'm running, either game, I try to make the things that are available to players available to NPCs and vice versa. Now, I got one player that's he's Magus crazy because he thinks the Magus is the best class ever. He's literally the kid that's screaming at you I want to play ninjas! Ninjas! I only want to play ninjas! Except for him, Chris is I want to play the Magus! I want to play the Magus! And fine, play the Magus. And then you realize, okay, you're 14th level, and then it goes around the table, and the only 2 people that take 40 fucking minutes per round of combat is the fucking summoner and then the Magus. Those 2 take the same amount of time. You'll have a birthday during the time that they're making their turn orders known. It's one of the reasons why I hate the Magus, because he might be great character for you, but he bores the utter shit out of me. I have 40 fucking free actions around I can do and just like pull shit out of my ass, or like, I'm gonna recast that spell that I lost because this character breaks all the rules of fancy and magic. And it's just it this is the same thing you guys have heard from me bitching for the past 12 years, because I hate the Magus, and I've never will change. The Magus was a shit class to begin with. It was based on a shit class called the Duskblade. It poorly implemented, and it doesn't know what the fuck it wants. Worse yet, it's just one of those classes that it's a time sink at your table. They will do good for the mechanical bastard that knows how to min max within your parameters, but if you just let people, yeah, go ahead and have straight 18s on all your ability scores. If you do that, like, your game is toast. And I've watched that happen with a lot of people's tables.
Yep.
Sorry. I know. I'm bitching about the same thing I bitched about last year. I'm sorry.
Oh,
But,
hey, we all have our little things that we bitch about. It's just that simple.
yeah, but I like to not bitch about that. Like, once I get my game off the ground and the player's handbook is written and I'm writing the DMG doesn't have things that are like exclusive to DMs only, but like there's certain feats and class abilities and shit like that that your ability to advance and learn stuff is educated by either your ability to self-learn, which will take you a long time to unlock, or somebody that can teach you something, which means you have to live by a big fucking city, which will have a better chance for you to find the guy that you need. And otherwise you're going to be there with the DM like, okay, well, not only do you play with spell components, which means this entire game is going to be FedEx quests, but you also require me to be able to find a trainer that has the right abilities that I want to have for my character, because otherwise I'm stuck building things I don't want. And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, let's think about this. You can level up, you can get the abilities you don't want, but it'll put you in a position to go somewhere to find the things you do want, and then you just need time to pass so you can retrain. But I got to waste all this stuff. Listen, the campaign is not based around your character. The campaign is based around the adventures that the party's doing. If the party decides to abandon everything it's got going on in this ineffable pit of damnation where you're adventuring and making money and a name for yourself and building influence, and you want to go halfway around the world to find some location that has a sacred trainer that you need for your stupid net character idea, if you want to do that and cause your players and your other companions, you want to cause them the grief that we got to take time out so you can level up and be special, yeah, you guys can have it. You got 3 years. Have fun with 3 years.
Honestly, I would almost. There's a part of me that would go 3 years. Okay, cool. I will have a spreadsheet for you by tomorrow.
But here's the thing. 3 years passes no matter whether or not you want to or not.
Yeah.
So in the long run, if you can handle the grief that the other players give you, go ahead, do it. 3 years will pass. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying here's the cost.
Yep.
No, everything has to have a price. That's reality. Nothing's free. Yeah.
I think that's great that he just said that, because like there's so many people that don't understand that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and I got into gaming late. So, I played maybe 4 tables of D&D 2E spread out over 4 years, because it was the back game. It was when we were wanted to break from Rifts, or we wanted to break from World of Darkness. And I wasn't a huge fan of the system. Literally, THACO to me was just Greek. I'm like, wait a sec, because I'd been playing 2 games where you added upwards, and then I got discharged, went home, reconnected with my brother, and they were playing, I was like, all right. We played 2 tables, and boom, 3 drops. And unfortunately, my family, we are what do you call it? We like the shiny. Oh, it's new. We gotta try it. We got it. And I'm not gonna lie, I liked it, and we fell in love with it, invested heavily, and I had a really good time. I had a lot of different adventures. I made huge volumes of mistakes. But these were seasoned players. They had been playing for about 10 years together. And so they were kind enough to take me along, and they're like, "You sure you really want to do that? That like it sounds super cool, but we're going to be carrying you." And you got to understand, like I was new to terms like that. I was like, "Whatever, no, that's what I want. It's going to work out. It's going to be great." And then 3-5 came out, and I was bent because you know, like I said, the way my family works, we're collectors. We like to, so they immediately start diving into that. I'm like, why? No, I just spent. I was making okay money, not great. I was like, I just invested heavily in this, and you're telling me I got to buy all new stuff. And then some of the stuff I really liked, like the odd stuff, didn't get republished. I was like, no, 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 no. You know, and so when I would run and do a campaign, I'm like, nope, it's a hybrid. You want it out of that book, run it by me. There'll be things I don't want, but I want to have what they just took from me. I'm like, there is no excuse for a new half edition. I'm like, were there bugs? Sure. I don't need them to fix the bugs for me. I bought your thing with bugs. I've made peace with it.
Yep.
I'm a grown adult. I made a lot of mistakes, you know, in the game, out of the game, whatever. I don't need you to fix this for me. I'll fix it myself. I already have in many ways. To me, it just felt like cash grab. Like I didn't get enough of your money. Really? I can sit at this table with, you know, 3-4 people have been playing for 5 years. I'm like, yeah, if we open up the closet over there, there's $1,000 between the 4 of us. And you need a new edition. Like, I'm not saying there wasn't good things in it. I'm just saying it just felt cheap. And then before I knew it, 4E's out. I'm like, are you kidding? I'm like, I'm really getting tired. This isn't a video game. I don't need. I shouldn't have to keep doing this money sink for the new patch or the new expansion. Like I've made peace with that with video games, but for games, give me a new Splat book.
I know.
You know what? Release a, you know, what was it? Was it 3 and 3-5? They had like multiple DMGs.
Yeah.
You know, do another DMG with a huge amount of errata and make it clear, like, hey, in Dungeon Master 1, page this, we referenced that. However, over the years and with feedback with players, we've decided that that's too clunky, too whatever. Continue to use it at your own. But here's, you know, this paragraph should replace that if you're keeping up to date with this. Don't release a whole new edition. Just me. I mean,
I understand. I think it was for us. It was kind of weird because I think since we got into this before the internet was a big thing. You know, I know people like, hey, we had message boards and you know, and mailing groups, and yeah, I know most of us were part of those, but nobody really. But there's always people who was like, no. I always hated the idea that somebody came in with a printout that had the word, you know, like this is the latest, you know, errata, rules changes from the, you know, these are the new official rules that came from the corporation, and most of us kind of looked at them like, what are those? Well, these are the rule updates, and we were like, no, throw those out. And like, but no, none of us want or need the errata. You can just take the errata and just go away. Well, this is what TSR, you know, this is the new TSR ruling. We're like, we don't need TSR's permission to play anything. Do you? Like, none of us need it. We're just here to play and have fun. Damn it!
I'd like to welcome our 2 new panel members. We have Janet from Another Planet, my co-host on Monday nights and Friday nights.
Hello.
And we also have the Crafting Gamer.
Yeah, we just got
Who is
through
currently
playing
crafting a
all
D20.
day.
Hooray!
It was great.
I was talking with Janet off on Discord, and she's like, "You want me to come in?" I said, "Yeah, kind of, because me and Kai, we've got some things to talk about. They're not really big things, but this is supposed to be like an end of year stream, and the main things that have been released really suck. And so a lot of us are going to relate the things that happened to us at our tables. You're a new player. You went into two groups. One is an established group that's been together for like 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other group is you're a founding member. You're one of the first people in there with one other person that's played with me. And then
Yeah.
everybody else is new.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I
So-
enjoy watching.
I love it. I
Unfortunately-
think it's a lot of fun.
It
So
is.
far. I'm scared though a lot because I feel like because I ask too many questions and I don't understand a lot of things that I make other people annoyed. So I get worried about that. But I like who I'm playing with, and I like who the leader that's pushing the game is Bruce, and I like the way he plays the game because he gets into the characters of who he's pushing through the game for us to react to, and I enjoy that. So
Someday I will
a
not.
scary realization. Sorry.
mhm.
Someday I will have a job where I don't have to work a Saturday and I can actually show up for one of those games.
Yes, that's actually what I was going to say. I just got the scary realization. I want to make a landing port for the flying giants, and I want to have a giant living there. Now I
Oh.
foresee that giant being Kai.
Hi. What? No.
I think that'd be great if you could get a giant to live there. I'm going to help you.
Ah. Why would it be bad if I was the one running your giant?
No, I'm not saying
didn't-
it's bad. I said I would love for him to have a giant living in the tower.
No,
No.
what I'm referring to, Janet, is when Kai Kai won't exactly take over. Kai will be, I'm happy not to take over, but here's the spreadsheet of how we need to make this a run more efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's not a bad thing. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you got me there. It's not technically a bad thing. It's just like, oh boy.
Look, I have not just been spending, my own free time designing out, how to run a small town. Well, not a small city, but a decent sized city.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in a notebook. I have it right here. I'm working on it currently. It's only about 2/3 done, but it's here and it's full of math and loads of math because I want to figure out how to make a cheap sword. That's exactly why I started this project. And now I have but now I can make expensive swords that are really cheap and fast and undercut everybody's payroll because corporatism.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody needs to make a profit,
That's right.
and that's real. That has to do in real life. I mean, you know what I
In
mean?
the spirit of Kai. Sorry.
Oh no.
It's all right.
Oh,
But
no.
I'm doing something similar.
Spirit of me, huh?
if
All right.
everyone was the same, if every single person wanted to be a rogue and just go their own way and steal and pillage and make babies and drink all the time, how much fun would the games be? Honestly, if you think about it.
Most White Wolf players would go, most Storyteller White Wolf players would be like, that's exactly what the entirety of our game is trying to endure the utter misery that is the world.
Mm-hmm.
And it is misery. So
I would say Shadowrun could be like that too. Like you come
Oh my
together
God.
for the mission, but you got my cred stick, you got my gear. All right, cool, thanks. I'll catch you next run, or I might
Right.
schedule one. Give me a call and I'll let you know how I feel.
See,
about it.
I look around the world as a woman Okay. And I look around the world, and that's what I see all the time, every day already. I see people using other people, taking what doesn't belong to them, what they haven't earned
Yep.
from other people that have worked their asses off. And I want to see the good guys win. That's what I look at when I want to play the game. I want my game where people work together to kick ass and take back what belongs to them and from the people that took it away from us. So that's what I see when I want to get into a game. That's what I want to see. I want to see the bad guys lose and see the heroes kick ass. That's what I want.
Well, that's what the
So
game's
that's what I'm looking for. And anyone can go out there and get in the street and be a thug and be mean and push people down and throw grandma off the train or whatever they want, because that's happening every day already. That's why I don't watch the news, because it sucks.
Honestly, I'm not going to say anything bad about that, because as a GM, that's what I want my players to do. But I'm not going. But as somebody who is running the game, I'm not going to mandate and tell you to be a good guy. I want you to be a good guy. I want you to make a choice.
That's because you're making a game that has multiple choices in it, right?
Right.
And you're hoping that the players will evolve, okay, and play the game and work together on some things and work against each other on others, depending on their decisions, which is reality, which is what happens in real life. You work for a boss that you think is a dick, and he steals from people and he rips people off and he undercuts everybody and he sells crappy shit that they have to replace next year. Right?
Yep.
And you keep getting offers from another company to go work for where they pay you less money, but the job you go to, you know, they're being fair and they're not trying to rip people off. And that's why the company doesn't grow like the one that you're working for right now. You see, it's just like reality. So if you could go to the other country and take the small amount of money, but work with the new boss and help him undercut the other guy and put him out of business and take his business from him and then walk by and say, fuck you. You feel better? See, that's what people should be doing when they're playing these games. How can you kick the ass of all the assholes and take what's theirs and make it yours? And do it legally and fair.
Oh, hell, part of the fun though of a game is not doing it legally, is get that chance to do it, to go, you know what? The bad guy deserves some actual fucking payback. And
see, it is legal. If that guy's a dick and he's hurting everyone, he's stealing, and he's treating people like shit, and then you get 3 people that say, fuck him, we're going to get even, and you go even, that's revenge, and that's defending yourself. So it's legal. See, that's what I'm saying. You can still get revenge, but do it the right way.
I'm not going to. Hey, as a GM, I'm not going to say no to that. I'm going to be like, oh, is that the goal? Okay, and see, that would be fun. That's part of the fun of doing this hobby is going, man, this doesn't sound. It's being able to do that shit that you can't do today in the real world, because if you did, oh no, you're going to go. Oh no, the cops are going to be on your case, and that's kind of the fun about being a vigilante. You really can't do it too well in the real world, but hell, that's the entire that's like the backbone of playing Shadowrun or Cyberpunk, is literally going out there and finding something, making something of yourself, or just dying in a horrifically fantastic manner. That's a legitimate.
Die a hero. Die where other people look at you and say, damn, I'm going to play just like him because he kicked ass and he tried to do the right thing. See, you win when you die and you win when you're alive. I think that's great.
and you already have the mentality of how to play a Shadowrun character, a Cyberpunk or Shadowrun character down pretty good. It's like, you just die spectacularly. Like, in the end, you're going to die. But
we're all going to die. I hate to say
that. In the end, you're all going to be corpses. You might as well go out in a fantastic way.
Well, at least have your corpse look halfway decent when you.
That's right.
Die, right? That's what you.
You also got the attitude of an orc.
Yeah. Hey, look.
I could be a nice, hot orc.
That's right.
Some of them think she's attractive. The other orcs. Just like
Hey.
what was it? Isn't the dwarves that have the beards? The women?
Yeah.
Okay, well, they put ornamentation in their beards and little makeup or whatever, and wear something a little tighter. Smoke a
Yeah.
certain kind of pipe that makes the guys go, "Wow, that smells good." You know,
Hey, that's good.
use what you got.
Yeah, usually, yeah. Honestly, it really is just simply like you're right. You know, live hard, live fast, die, and leave a pretty corpse or a very large crater. That's how you got it.
Or take just like, well, I'm not going to say who I'm thinking about when I do this, but take out as many as you can when you go down.
My name is Timothy McVeigh.
I
Oh,
read a
I'm
book.
thinking about him at all. That's disgusting. But
I read a bad book once, and
I'm sorry.
no, don't
no, that's the excuse that people are like, oh no, he read a bad book. Now he's evil. What?
Well, when Bruce first approached me and asked me because I had talked to him about how growing up, I never got to play DD or any of the games with the other kids because I moved every 2 years because my dad was in the military. So they said, well, we're not going to teach you how to play and build your character up for you just to leave. So they just said, you can't play. So they wouldn't let me. So I wanted to for a long, long time, and I never got to. And then I'm a grown woman, got a grown kid, and I get approached. And I'm like, oh, yeah, so I'd love to try. But then I was worried. I was like, they're going to hate me because I'm going to ask too many questions, and I'm going to get on their nerves, whatever else. But I told him when he was asking me what kind of character I wanted, I said, well, I want someone that can help my team be successful because I want to keep them as healthy as I can so that we can get as much done as possible. And I said, so that's what I want. And I want to be able to defend myself, but I don't want to be some, kick-ass warrior where that's all I do is fight and not help everyone else. So I said, that's what I want. That's what I want to be. So he helped me. He's the one who helped me out, but I told him what I wanted and he helped me get started. So. But he's not making my decisions. He lets me make my own decisions, even if it pisses everyone else off. Oh, well.
I wouldn't say you've pissed anybody off, Janet. It's just people. I can tell most of me. It's two things. Certain things don't interest me. Mm-hmm. I also have Asperger's. Therefore, there will literally be 1 week where I'm just like, yeah, fuck that. I don't give a shit. And the next week I'm like, yes, let's do this. And it's the same exact thing.
Yeah. But that's good. You should be you. And that's what I tell everyone. You can still win the game and work as a team and still be yourself because every person has something inside them that can add something to the team. That's why it's so important. I'm always saying, hey, don't we need to talk about what we're doing before we do it? Don't you guys want to talk about what might be in that room before we go in there? I may be a little more cautious than someone else, but can't help it.
I do laugh at shouldn't we talk about what's in that room? That's usually the point where I'm like in my head counting down quietly, very quietly, and we're all talking, and then eventually you just go. You just need to have somebody in the party who's just like going, you know what? Crack open the door, throw a flashbang in, and then go, we're going. Wait, what?
Let's go.
Boom! Hey, fuckhead, grenade through the door. What did you just do? Started the fight.
Yeah, we're about to die.
Like, what? It's like, everyone's blind for 1d4 round. Let's go out there and kill everybody. And then it's just like, wait, what?
That's a great idea right there.
And the bad part is that I'm usually the one who's like the advocate for we should have a plan before we go in there. But if the group spends more than 3 minutes in the real world trying to describe how they're going to open a door, that's the point where you just turn the handle, throw the flashbang in, and walk through the door. The trap is going to go off no matter what at this point. If there's a trap or not a trap, it don't matter anymore. The rogue isn't doing his job. We're wasting time. If there's a bad guy on the other side of that door, well, guess what? We had surprise round is now in our favor because they're going, what the fuck is loud and I'm blind? What the fuck just happened? Well, guess what? Now they're flat-footed, surprise round. But what if they're, fuck it, we're going. because if I'm playing, like, if we're going to play a combat game, and I'm not a fan of combat games, if you've ever seen what I write in the Musings, you know I'm not a fan of combat. But boy, if we're going to do combat, if that's what the focus of our game or the session is going to be, let's fucking do it. Let's fucking murder the shit out of the room. I would like to not have to not fight, not die, because dice equals me being a dead corpse, and I don't want to die. But fuck it, if we're going to do it, kick the door open, throw the flashbang in, and start shooting. Let's just get the fucking let's just do this shit. Unless, of course, we're trying to be sneaky. At which point, there's two options: everyone in the party is sneaky, which never happens, or if there's nobody alive, nobody saw us. So,
well, that's not true either. After what you saw happen to all of us,
I know,
a giant hole in the ground, and when we came back, we were pretty much all slaughtered by dead people that we left in our wake. So
I understand, but like I said, it's the classic meme of there are two ways to handle a stealth mission: either kill everybody or kill nobody.
And in the game I've been playing, I tried the first 4 battles to get people to do some sort of strategy. So we were like sitting there discussing, all right, we're going to do this. I opened the door and start swinging. It's like, what happened to us putting oil on the stairs? I thought that was a legit idea.
Hey, I was right with you. I was trying to come up with some good ideas. I thought it was a great idea too, with the oil and catch them on fire and come down there. But
look, I personally, as a player, only have 2 modes. That's being patient and no patience.
Well, I guess it really depends on what you feel like that day. You know,
the worst part, Kai, is that we did have patience. We had patience for the entire conversation. We laid out a good 4 different plans, and then we were just like, okay, which one are we going to go with? The one where we just simply, that's at that point, we just walk up the stairs and do it. It's like we actually took the time to make up several plans and then we just ignore them.
Mm-hmm.
Look, too many years of playing Shadowrun, too many years of playing Cyberpunk, too many years of playing too many other games where we come up with 14 plans and then the plan we go with is kick door open, start shooting. Or the backup plan is kick door open, start shooting. And at which point I just realized, why don't we just skip all the plans and go straight to kick door open and start shooting? Because we save time. And like, man, plan B is a good plan. Why isn't this plan A? And when I'm with subtle, skilled players, it's really cool. But when I realize you got, like, I know we say this a lot in Table Breakers, but it's the read the room, read the table, know who you're with, and if you realize that who the people at your table, if you got the best special forces infiltration spy team of ninjas, fuck yeah, get in, get out, kill one person, play Hitman, Assassin's Creed, awesome. But let's be honest, most of us are playing Borderlands, or most of us are playing Skyrim, where we're running in there, Fusro dying and using destruction magic at max. We don't know how.
What I see is all the guys wanting to be John Wick.
Yes.
This is kill everything. This scorch earth, and it's funny to me. I'm like, what? Why? Why do we have to kill everybody? But it seems like a lot of guys want to do it that way, or they just want to be as far away as they can be and kill everyone at a distance.
Well, my first thought that's an example of them not 100% like that. When we first ran across the Cobalt, my first thought is, all right, we put them to sleep, and then we tie them up and then interrogate them, see what they're actually doing down here. And then basically Bruce said, oh, they're basically rape hobos. Oh, no, I will not stand rape hobos.
Now, in my defense for wanting to be playing John Wick characters is that most of the time I would prefer to go, no, I want to go to my apartment. I want to have a nice, relaxing time on my recliner. It's usually when somebody decides to, pull a John Wick moment of, I kick your dog. Why did you kill my dog? Because I'm a bad guy. I'm like, well, I guess it's time to kill everybody in the room. It's like,
Yeah.
I would prefer. I honestly would prefer to play characters who just go, no, I'm a very skilled character who's very capable, and I can handle myself. I don't want to actually go out and do the adventures. I just want to sit back and relax, have a nice day, enjoy myself. And then somebody comes in and touches my boats. You don't touch my boats. Did you just touch my boats?
We're going Fat Electrician from John Wick. That's awesome.
Yeah. You touch my boats.
For those that don't know what he's talking about, Fat Electrician's done a series of videos last month where he's gone over the history of how America became a world power, and many of those moments where we have either came into power or established ourselves as a dominant sea power are because somebody has fucked with our boats. And that typically is the point where we table flip after we blow up everybody, and we're like, fuck all of you. After we like clear the board, we run the table, we just completely flip it over, like the Operation Praying Mantis, where we went over to Iran and we got rid of two of their three fucking oil
proportionate response. Thank you very much.
Proportionate.
Well, what I've always imagined for, like, when it says we're on the John Wick topic, but I've always imagined for Kai's character like that. Kai, please tell me you've seen House 2, not the TV show, the movie.
Mm-hmm.
The weird ass. But you have always struck me as the electrician.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But no, but to go back to the traditional fast, like, yes, you touch my boats, I bring the sun. That's how this works.
Yeah,
twice.
But did he cover the fact that those were all setups that we staged?
I know.
Purposely fuck with our shit.
I know.
Because it's basically saying, you know, we're going to sell you. Oh, they messed with our stuff, so we have to go after them. When really it was, we put out the bait, knowing they would do it because we want an excuse to basically steal all your money and waste all your time.
Now, unlike the United States, when I'm playing, I'm not trying to set out the bait. I'm actually legitimately what the PSYOP is supposed to be trying to make it look like we're doing. Like, I'm actually innocent. I'm having a nice day of my life. You came and touched my boats. Shit goes wrong. Shit goes wrong from that point forward. Mm-hmm. John Wick, it's you killed his dog. Mine is you touched my boats. Shit gets real at that point, and we start killing things, and we do it very, very with extreme prejudice to the point where it's where the GM is like, we're like, why are you going so hard on this? And I'm like, because I want to send a message to please do not ever touch my shit again. It's like, but you left an entire city on fire. And the survivors now know to don't touch my shit.
And what survives? Because if no one survives, you got to train in a whole new group of people.
That's right. Like, it's like, and now you're gonna sit back and go, do I really want to touch his shit? And I'm like, no, you don't. I don't want to continue to beat you up for your lunch money. So please stop touching my stuff.
Yeah.
And
Janet.
What?
Give you, I'm pretty sure Bruce doesn't know this either, since I believe he said he doesn't know House. To the inside joke between Kai and I, there's an electrician who gets called to a house with interdimensional powers. He opens up one of the interdimensional portals and literally just like, yeah, I've seen this before. I know what to do here. He opens up his toolbox, pulls off a thing, and you see a sword beneath. He walks in with a hammer. Part of the way through, he goes, go, don't worry, I'll be right behind you. I gotta get, I promised my kid I'd be at his Little League game, as he's holding up the hammer and the sword and fighting out somebody. Everyone gets out of the tunnel and he's sitting there, man, you guys got me worried. I think I might have to go back in after you.
Yeah.
And Kai has always struck me as that type of gamer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because honestly, it's the fun way of playing. It's a fun way of playing a game.
Try to be prepared for both scenarios.
Yeah.
Because either the shit's going to hit the fan or the shit's going to hit the fan.
Right.
Right? Because that's
Yeah.
what's going to happen. And you know it's gonna, you just don't know when it's going to happen. That's the thing. So
Right.
you got to be almost ready at any moment for it to shit to hit the fan. But that's,
for me,
that's fun.
the party making the plan is the mirror version of the villain monologuing. It's
Yes.
it like that's the one thing I'll say with like Shadowrun. Most of the plan reminds me of like Burn Notice. It's discussed before you go into the adventure. You're in the planning phase. Where in D&D, you usually don't have a chance to do that kind of recon, and you have to do it on the fly.
Yeah.
But have you seen Humans in Households?
No, I have not.
Highly recommend it. It's from the gamers. It's a short little 3-part web series. I think they might be 12, 15 minutes apiece. It's medieval people playing us current day and what it would look like. So they're trying to get in a door. They spend like 20 minutes. They spend like 7 minutes trying to cross the street because they're looking for traps. They're trying to discern the motive and this and that. And it's just like, yeah, like, could you imagine being the evil wizard in the tower, scrying, watching the party, like argue and debate over the door. And 20 minutes later, you're now breaching the door. And it's like, yeah, I could have just dropped the boulder on you guys.
I could have.
The absurdity, but it's also fun.
It is.
I mean, like I said,
to me, it's exciting because watching Bruce portray the different characters and then lay out the scenario, and I can almost feel the anticipation of what he's hoping that we're going to do, what decision we're going to make. Because sometimes he'll say, well, there's always other things you can do, because he's trying to get you to go in a certain direction, but you're not, and we're all are arguing or whatever in either game that we were playing about what we want to do. And he already knows the different scenarios that can happen, and he's just waiting for one of us to choose something. But he knows if you take that route, it's not going to be a good one because he already knows that. But he can't tell you because that's
I was about to say, I don't think Bruce is trying to direct so much as he's trying to warn.
No, you can. Once you spend enough time with him, you see his facial expressions, and you listen to the tone of his voice change and things like that. And I know anyone that spends a lot of time with him knows what I'm talking about. Okay, because I can see it. I can tell when he doesn't feel very good. I can tell when he's in a great mood. He's excited. He doesn't want to quit. He just wants to go until he just falls over, asleep. It's standing up, and next thing you know, he's laying on the ground asleep. I could see him doing that stuff. But the thing is, I can see it, and I'm like, trying not to get anyone to really make a decision. I'm just putting my information out there and trying to stay focused on what I think my person would do. Even though I think he's wanting us to do something totally different. Like today, though, I didn't know that was what was going to happen. But when the one guy said something about the women, young girls disappearing, that's when I went, just like I did when they had that baby in their arms that day when I was playing, and I didn't know whether I was supposed to do that or not, or if I could even do anything. But I asked Bruce, I said, can we bring that baby back to life? And then that's when the other characters started saying, we could do this, we could do that. And then we started doing it. You see what I mean? So the thing is, listening to what he's laying out in front of you and telling you what's happening around us. And then we all have to talk to each other about which direction we want to go. Because one of my favorite games when I first started playing on the computer was called Zork. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. I love it. I could play that game for hours and hours and hours. I just loved it because I didn't know, you couldn't see anything. It was all in your head. Everything was like reading a book and playing it. You know what I mean? And making different decisions depending on whether you want to climb that tree and get the gold encrusted egg out of the nest, that type of stuff. I just loved it. And to me, that's how I see this game. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see it that way, but that's how I see it. I see it as depending on how many steps we take this way, or whether I'm facing that direction or that direction, of what's going to happen to all of us. See,
I mean,
that's how I look at this, and I can't help it, but that's how I see it.
I mean, you're not wrong. That is legitimately what the game is.
Well, I mean, that's exactly how I see it. And when he tells me about it and I listen, and then I listen to what each of the other players are saying, and I'm like, I didn't even think about that, So that's why I love having different people playing different characters, and the individuality of each person brings so much to the plate. They don't even realize it. Just like I don't realize, maybe I might say something that's really smart or a good idea, or something that's really stupid, But the thing is, it's the fact that we want to interact with each other because we all want to do a certain job. We want to achieve a certain goal because we all want to play. You see, that's what makes it good. If you have a bunch of people that sit around going, yeah, whatever, how much fun is that? And I've seen people play that way. And to me, it's boring as shit. And I wouldn't play that game with them. I would, no matter how many times they ask me. I just wouldn't play. That's why I like Texas Hold'em. I love Texas Hold'em because you can watch everybody's expressions and the way that they bet, and you can tell whether that guy's a dick and he's just going all in because he don't have shit, and he always loses. You see, so I don't know. It's like you got to have a good poker face, and you do on this game, depending on what it is that you want to accomplish. At least that's how I see it. It's all strategic, but feelings too, because I love the fact that I can see that soft side of Bruce because of him coming up with the idea of the young girl. Like I said, the mother carrying her young child that's limp in her arms. Just the way he says things and the way he talks about what just happened and how happy they were when we saved those girls tonight, right? We saved a bunch of girls. We didn't save all of them because they were already dead, but the way he explains it afterward and how he talks about each character and what they did to help the girls, and then what each of the people in the city are rewarding the different people in our group for the different things that they were able to accomplish. And I just think that's great because to me, I'd hope that people in real life would do that, but we don't live in a world like that anymore. Even though I wish we could, I would love to.
Nowadays, that's called bribery.
Well, it's not bribery because we did it not knowing what we were going to get. All we wanted to do was help find those girls. That was it. So
altruism.
Yeah, it to me, that's one of the reasons I like this game. I enjoy that, seeing us accomplish something and have something to feel good about when you were finished, that we really made an effort, even if we didn't win. Because when I died, I got eaten by an ice worm, but it was sure fun. It was best death I could ever think of getting, and I died, but I got brought back to life. But the thing is, it was getting there and what we had to go through to get there. Now I will do everything in my power for that whole scenario to never happen to me again. But
I just loved how you referenced that for so long. Bruce ate my ass.
Yeah, he ate my ass. He did. He just came right up out of the ground and ate me. So it was over really quick like that. But that's what happened. But I wasn't the only one that died. Who else died? Someone else died.
Oh God.
That day.
Connell?
I don't remember. I don't think it was Connell.
Yeah, I thought it was Connell.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that almost all of us died. We were all near death in critical condition, but we deserved to be because we were stupid as shit. And that's what happens when you make dumb mistakes. You can die from them in real life. So that's what, I don't know. I just loved it. I thought it was great. And I thought today's game was really, really good because we took risks. And we came out, on top as heroes basically, and we helped someone. We were unselfish, and I like that. I wish more of us could do that. But
hey, that's
like the only thing I'm just gonna interject here, and I'm gonna let you guys continue to talk after this. As a GM for Janet and any new player, if you have a cleric in the party and there are incorporeal undead, which means undead that do not have a body. They have a spirit. The spirit is visible.
Mhm.
The cleric is now your most valuable member of the party until you're out of danger. That's it. That's all there is to it. Because unless you have a very powerful wizard, which is party's second level, sorry guys, that cleric is the only thing that's going to save your ass.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I'm going to say. I'm not trying to step on anybody whatsoever because I want everybody's thoughts. Like we've had 12 months of 2023, and I, as a GM, I've been really blessed. This is my thanks to my players, my thanks to my friends, my thanks to the people who made what I do visible and replayable, and the memories that I've got are fucking phenomenal. I don't know how else I could say it. This is my thanks to you guys. And if you guys want to talk about the things that happen at our table, that's great because there's really not, in my opinion, what we're doing at our individual tables is so much more valuable than what any corporation's doing with their version of a game or their update, which is turning into a $400 investment that you must buy if you want to continue to play it and be on their servers and be involved with their program. It's more important that you realize as a player that tabletop RPGs are firstly something that takes place within the mind. So you really don't need a lot of physical products to play it. Secondly, it doesn't matter what any book says. Your table's GM is a final arbiter of any rules. It doesn't matter if it's written differently in that book. When you sit down at the table, you're signing the contract. I agree to play your game. If you're saying I need to have a touch attack on a fireball spell because I fired a little pebble off my finger, okay, I need to roll a fucking touch attack. And that's just how it is. It doesn't matter what the rule book says. It matters what the GM says. So that's just how it's always been. That's been the tradition for many years, and I see it continuing this way for many years. The programs, the opportunities that many big corporations are taking, where they're ruining their part of the hobby, and they're seeing their profits dwindle because their hobby has killed their market. Their interests have killed a hobbit, have killed their hobby, have killed their base. uh, this is a largely a cerebral process game. This is not a game that requires a lot of moving parts to be pushed around tables. These are an accessory that I don't have to use, but I prefer to use. I just want that to be made aware because there's nothing in gaming that's happened this year that I really need to talk about. It's already been talked about. We've already bitched about it enough. And the things that really happen that need to be talked about are we need to have the shared memories of what happened at our individual tables or the individual shared experiences that we had. And that's what I would rather you guys retain because that's going to be more important to you as time goes on as to why you chose this hobby over like getting in a stitching bitch or being involved with like the weekly bridge club or things like that. And there's nothing wrong with stitching bitch or weekly bridge club, but there's something really neat and novel about getting together with people around a table and having a shared experience of this improvisational drama. And with that, Bruce is going to shut up and let you guys have the comment.
Well, quick thing to speak about games because I forgot exactly who made the comment or what exactly it was, but it reminded me. It's just Janet. Oh yeah, the cleric comment. I know more than once you say, I just want to be useful to the party. I want to be useful to the party. Never forget, I am the sorcerer. Sorcerers are important in these type of games. I am still second fiddle to the cleric. The cleric is the most
I didn't know that when I picked the
member of the
cleric.
party.
When I first started, I didn't know how important any character was. All I did was pick somebody I wanted to play that I thought would be fun and entertaining.
Nothing wrong with
And
that.
what skills, I know it, what skills that she was going to be able to get one day, just different things like that. And that's why I picked it. It had nothing to do with where I thought I was going to be in the hierarchy of any of it. I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know anything about how to do the dice or anything. I just never really got to do it. So
I'm not trying to pick on you, Dave. I'm sorry.
But no, what I'm saying is I told him exactly what I thought I would want to do. And then he he helped me do it from that. And I said I'd like to be half human and half elf because I've always loved the Hobbit, series and all that. So I thought being a half elf would be kind of cool,
Elrond is awesome.
So that's why I picked it. So that's why I chose what I chose, simply because of the knowledge that I had on the different things that was available to my character. That is the only reason I did it. But I did tell him that if I was going to do something else, I would want to play a very dark character, because he was telling me about some of the other types of games people play, because I never knew that you could play this and be a role-playing game for Star Trek characters. I would love to try that, or any of these other ones, vampires and werewolves and stuff. That sounds exciting to me, So there's lots of stuff. Being all badasses where you go around and you kick everybody's ass and steal and do all that, just like you were saying. I think that's great, but I never knew that there was out there until I started understanding more about how to play the game in myself. So now it sounds very interesting. When Lady was talking about, was it you that brought it up earlier today, Lady? After we were done,
that would. I mean, I was just saying that because Bruce has mentioned more than once that you might like that. I'm like, well, if
I think it'd be great. I'd love to try it.
Then maybe change the system, but that you can use any system, and there's so many. You can just you can even use just Bruce's system, and have a different setting. It's just sometimes it just changes the taste, the pace, the tone,
yeah, it would all change because you're using darker characters.
Like most of these games are designed for us to be the good guys. After 20 years,
remember, I'm writing a book. I'm almost finished with it. I think I've got about 2 more chapters to go about vampires and no werewolves, but vampires and archangels and witches and warlocks. So I'm into vampires and stuff, so I think I really could get into that whole thing.
It's just, most of these games are designed to be the good guy. Sometimes it gets old. Sometimes the good guy can't get the job done. Sorry, like the Punisher, not a good guy.
No.
He may.
He's an anti-hero.
For people that you would consider good, but he himself, you can't do revenge and be good. Justice is different. Revenge, there's a pleasure in it. There's a tit for tat involved. Justice is justice, and guess what? That's kind of the mess we're in the RL. It's slow, and it's inaccurate, and it's imperfect.
Yep.
But I mean.
Well, it's partially that way now, just because it makes it easier for certain people with money to get around certain things.
That's been around since caveman days. I got 5 rocks, you got 2. I'll give this guy 2 rocks, and I'm not in trouble anymore. That has been around since before we could literally figure out.
Caveman day, when the one guy had a bigger club, he was the winner, right?
There will always be the haves and the have-nots. And when the have-nots rise up, the cycle starts over. Well, one day.
Well, I'm absolutely convinced Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm absolutely convinced that at one point in our caveman days, because men are so obsessed with penis size, at one point in our caveman days, that was literally how we determined who was the victor, who had the bigger penis.
Probably not, but
if not,
it makes good for a joke.
Like, it would be who has more kids. How many concubines have you filled?
No, who had the biggest stag? Who brought the biggest bear home? That kind of stuff. I think would be, the women would be more impressed by the size of the meals that the man was able to bring back to her children and stuff. That is.
I was referring to a contest between men.
My husband's better than your husband because look what he brought home. You got that measly rabbit. I got this bear. That kind of stuff. And the women are the ones that push the men to be.
Well, technically, we're
right?
One of the reasons why men have fantasies, like this is actual genetics, one of the reasons why a lot of men have fantasies about multiple women, even if they're not truly interested, is due to the fact that we're not actually a polygamy, one marriage. We're not a polygamy species.
Mm-hmm. I believe that, but it goes both ways.
Yeah, that is true. Well, men generally, as genetically, want to sire as many offspring as possible with as many women as possible to spread their seed as far as possible. Women are supposed, well, not all, but supposed to want to be with the man who gives, especially nowadays, but it's supposed to be the strongest and smartest male, the one that proves himself to be the best.
I think
so that can literally change from season to season.
A woman runs out of time, okay? Because a woman only has eggs for a certain amount of time in her life. So she has to find the best mate to help her have the babies that she can have and she's allotted to have in a certain amount of time. A man can produce a baby all the way up until the day he dies. You guys make sperm every single day if you want to, right? Your body can perform that.
America.
I mean, it's true. I mean, this is I know about that kind of stuff. But the thing is, a woman only has so many eggs. So when those eggs are gone, she goes into menopause. She's no longer able to carry a baby or have a baby because she can't bring out an egg to actually get pregnant. But some women can. I was reading the other day, it was a woman that was 76 years old, was the oldest woman to give birth. And she gave birth to twins. So they can do it. I mean, women can do it. I mean, it's just scary to think about it. But what I'm saying is it can happen. So everyone's different, but men can do it all the way up. A man can have hundreds of kids. A man can make 100 babies. Simply all the way up until he's 100 years old. As long as he can get it going, he can get somebody pregnant. That's just the way it is. But a woman wants a man from caveman times, this is what I'm using, that can give her a safe place to live and give her food and nourishment, because she's going to have his babies and she's got to raise them and they got to eat right, because if their kids don't grow up, then they're not successful, right? If you have no kids, then basically you haven't really left the next generation to take over your cave when you're gone, right? So that's what the whole thing was. So to me, that's why I said if the man brought home a great big bear and he skinned it and you have a nice bear skin rug on the floor, you're going to go get all the girls and say, look at this rug. Oh, it's awesome. He's so great. You know, that's what women do. And that's because our hormones are telling us, I have a good provider and I'm going to keep a hold of him. I'm not sharing him because I want him. You know, he's mine. And I'm going to do everything I can to look attractive and be there for him, because I want to be in his cave. I want to be the girl that's there and keeping him happy and keeping him warm and cooking his meals. I don't want another.
Literally the next time she's ready to have,
right?
And literally the next time she's ready to have kids, it could be another male.
Well, it could, but as long as he's providing me everything I need, and I see other women wanting him, then I'm going to fight for him. That's, what does everyone want? What you can't have. Right. So you got to go out and you're going to make sure that no one can have him. It's just like you're going to try to make sure I get what I want. So I won't go to anyone else because I'm getting everything I need. And that's what's so today. I believe it's the same thing. If you work at your relationship and you're there for each other and your partners and you look at everything the same way and want the same things, then you can have a relationship that lasts. But if you're both wanting two different things and you're always going in two different directions, how is that supposed to last? So that's what I'm saying.
It's exactly
the same thing.
No, I'm just sitting and listening.
Your face kind of shadowed, and with the shadowing is just right. It looks like you're on the verge of saying something.
Yeah, but
no,
he never shuts up.
No, I'm just sitting here going, honestly, this is kind of like when I GM, this is literally just me going, this is pretty much what I do anyway. So I allow for these kind of things to happen, and then I just shut the fuck up and go, no, you're good. You don't need me to talk about anything.
I could never be a GM. I don't think I could ever make my own game.
Shut up.
I
Shut
could
up, let
shut
everyone
up
else
long
talk.
enough to do it. So that it would, I just wouldn't be able to do it. I know my limits. My
Secret-
limit is
The
I
secret
can't
to
be
being a
quiet.
PM is knowing when to shut up and let everyone else talk.
Yep.
And then you're like,
I
oh,
haven't achieved that yet.
Oh, 2 bits of miniature information. One, I said this
Oh.
on camera. I bought a box, the Combat Patrol for the Adeptus Sororitas, and I introduced
Congrats.
Janet to the Adeptus Sororitas by showing her a couple of the minis.
Mhm.
they're cool minis.
And I want her to. I'm trying to convince her to cosplay as one. On
Yeah,
camera.
That's hard.
I said you have to
The
send me the
costumes
stuff so I can
are
look at
hard
it
to make.
and see if I can do it. Because I've made lots of my costumes. So,
Well, if that be the case, I will literally buy. I will literally buy the one that one I showed you, where she has her foot on a pile of bones. I will buy
Mhm.
that one, paint it up, and send it to you. I'll actually go ahead and
Well-
do a little bit of cheat. I'll put a hook on it so you can hang it on your Christmas tree. So you got it for
Yeah.
after you've used it for your.
or I
for a
can just
project.
hang it from the ceiling in my office.
Or yeah,
Because my
Yeah.
office is pretty full of stuff already. But I
worst
still
part
like,
about it is I don't have money to just burn,
Mhm.
but I always save just a little bit for little things like this because it makes me feel really, really good to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and everybody should have something you just love to do, a
Yeah.
release.
Well,
which is
I'm referring to, like, for example, I don't know if Kai cringed on the outside, but I'm pretty sure he cringed on the inside a little bit when I said turn it into something besides a model because they are not cheap, admittedly.
Yeah.
Just a hair. Just a hair. I mean, yeah.
So anyone who hears GW and then say, "Oh yeah, I'll just buy this and give it to you," makes it sound like I got a crap ton of money when I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
going
think I don't think anybody's made of money anymore, really.
Not under this administration.
Mm-mm.
Not right now.
I
I used to talk about that a lot. If you think about it, you have like Beyonce, right? She makes $300 million a year. Okay, this is guesstimation, right? So if you took half of her income away, she's still going to have drivers, fancy house, a yacht. She's still going to pretty much her lifestyle isn't going to change. But if you make $100,000 a year and they take half of your money, your lifestyle is totally going to be different, right?
Oh
It changes a lot as you go down the food chain. And a lot of people just can't comprehend that when you try to explain to them and you're looking at them and they're like, that doesn't make any sense. But it makes perfect sense to me. That's why those people that are way up there, that no matter how much you take half their income, they don't notice a change. That's why they say, oh, everyone should all have to do without. Like if you have 3 jets, well, you should only have 1. But you shouldn't fly and you shouldn't drive because you're ruining the earth. But they can still fly one of their jets. You see, it's total stupidity from these people, and they're trying to make us change our lifestyle when they're not willing to change theirs. I would love to have a TV show where you take these very rich people and you make them come and live in your house, and they have to cook and clean and do all the things that you would do on a normally for a month. Let's see them do it for 1 month and see how they do without getting their nails done and their hair done and having to feed chickens or take care of cattle and just do normal things or go with Bruce every day to work.
They actually tried a show like that once. It didn't last a full season.
That was different. That was the one where the boss would go and do the job of the people.
No. There was an actual show where people who had money would go. People with money would go into some sort of not the boss, not undercover boss. This was like I think it was literally called Undercover Rich or something like that. Literally, it was basically based off Undercover
Boss. Yeah, you could get enough rich people to want to do it. That's what
exactly.
the problem was. Mm-hmm. See, they don't want to give
that is my little understanding. They could not get enough people to want to do it
because they won't. They don't want to.
Why?
But I would like to see it. I think that kind of stuff would be great because if we could get enough people to like the people marching down the street. I won't say anything about it because I don't want Bruce to get in trouble or anything. Marching down the street with signs saying they like the same sex, okay, right? But they're fighting and saying how we should be loving Hamas and all these people, right? They're great people, but then you take them and go put them over there and see how long they can live there. Probably won't even make a week before they end up right where these people want them to be, you know. But over here, they have the total freedom to do whatever they want. Just don't shove it down our throat. That's all we ask. And we're still the terrible, horrible people. You know, it's just ridiculous. It's gotten to its clown world, just like a lot of people say. And that's exactly where we're at. And I can see why this kind of game would get bigger and bigger and bigger and more people wanting to do it, because you need an escape from what you're seeing on television. You would like, turn off the TV, let's go play some games, you know, because you just want out. But that's why I'm saying, that's why I love playing the type of games that I feel like I play with Bruce, is because I want to see good in people. I want to see people work as a team to accomplish good things, because we can if we work together, but just not enough of us in the world to want to help the people that need help, and do it because we want to do it, not because we're going to get tons of shit or recognition and be on the news every day, you know. So just like a Navy SEAL, Navy SEAL makes lucky if they make $65,000 a year, but what are they're doing stuff that people can't even imagine what kind of stuff they go through to do. Because I know my dad was a jungle survival instructor. He taught those guys different things about scuba diving, how to survive on the beach with nothing, you know, what to eat, how to make fresh water, you know, all that stuff. So and they do a lot of stuff. All of our police officers or paramedics or all these different jobs, and they make diddly squat, and they don't get the respect they deserve for all the work that they do. I mean, even what Bruce does, you know, his job, a plumber, electrician, all these jobs, menial jobs, truck drivers,
plumbers.
Yeah, plumbers.
I don't just mean this figure. I don't mean this like, well, technically it is literal, but I don't mean it literal. They catch so much shit. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, they're disgusting. They're this, they're that. It's like, you realize without them, you're
without all these jobs,
feces,
where are we going
right?
to be? Mm-hmm.
That's starting to flip. I mean, around here, plumbers, a master plumber, master electrician, that's all six figures now. Well, six figures, like serious. You know, yeah, 20 years ago, maybe a well sought after master was making that, and your journeyman and whatnot was in the 50s and 60s. Now, journeymen are probably making 90 to 110.
And you have to go to a special college for that, right? Special training.
Well, it's not.
You can't just go to Harvard and become a plumber.
Well, right? No, but you don't even have to go to school. You can just learn.
Yeah, but you could. But what I'm saying is, if you wanted to go to a school to become a plumber or an electrician and things like that, you'd have to go to a technical school of some sort.
You can go to a tech school where you can teach yourself, where you can learn, you know, like an apprenticeship. You know, but that's
we keep interrupting Kai.
Money. You know.
No, I'm just please refer back to the know when to shut the fuck up.
But I'm actually going to be calling it a night. I'm running out of juice. My eyeball is really on my nerve right now.
Yeah, it's
no problem.
Wow, it's almost midnight. I need to get ready to go to bed myself, even though I could stay up a little longer and keep yapping. I love to talk.
I understand.
I live in the boonies now, so there's not really a lot of people to talk to on a daily basis. So unless I'm online, so it's like
that's okay.
I just want to say thanks to everyone.
Oh, I forgot to warn Bruce. January 10th is my first day. I had to go to the courthouse and find out whether or not I'm going to be serving jury duty or not.
Oh.
So I'll let you know. Hopefully it won't make a big dent in whatever we're going to be doing. I don't think we don't have court on Saturday, so I'm not worried about the games, but I'm talking about our show. So
okay.
Not yet.
But I want to serve one jury duty, at least one. I've never gotten picked, and I want to try to do it one time.
Not I.
I'm excited about it. How many people do you guys know get excited about getting to serve jury duty? Nobody.
Nobody I know.
I know. Just think about it. What if it was you? What if you got accused of a crime and you needed to go have a jury trial?
I don't believe in a jury trial.
Wouldn't you want me Someone
No,
like
I wouldn't
me
want anyone. I don't
on
believe
your
in juries.
jury. I would want someone like me on my jury.
I don't believe in juries.
Well,
I'm
if
sorry.
you may
I
not
feel
believe in
guilty.
it, but you live in a society where you're going to have one day.
They believe in
Actually,
you.
many chances you can skip the jury and just ask for a summary from the judge, which, to be honest, is just as worthless now. Anyway, we literally have seen that. So,
No,
yeah, I will never go
and
to court.
everyone on the jury is probably going to hate me because I'm not going to accept something if I don't think it's real. If I don't think it's
They
real,
probably
I'm not
won't
gonna,
pick you if you're
and they'll
honest.
chuck me. They're going to check my ass out. I just know it.
They did
But
it to me. They even punished
I
me.
gotta be me though. I'm not gonna go in there and let them intimidate me or try to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like I went once, and they literally punished me for being honest. They read the stuff out, and they asked us questions. I thought I was answering honestly. Then they put us in the back room, and the two lawyers are like, "I don't want this one. I don't want that one." They left me back there. They actually forgot about me. I sat there by myself till 3 o'clock, 2 hours of which completely alone, until finally the janitor came in and said, "Oh, you're still here." And
Yeah.
I heard the judge over talking as he was walking back to his chambers. He's like, "Oh yeah, I left him back there because he already said he was guilty." Yeah, he admitted, I took a Mac 10 and dumped a mag down the street. He admitted to that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Right
I would
there.
have been sitting there too.
Everything. I could care less about anything else. That that's automatically like 220 years if you get 20 years per person, because I think it was like 63 counts. And we were in the trial for them to haggle over like 12 years for possession of a deadly weapon or something. I'm like, but we have 63 attempted murder charges. Guilty. I don't care. We're haggling over nothing. And this is Philly, so I'm assuming the person's probably,
Well, I don't think I'll have anything like that. Mine's probably going to be some guy trying to steal some money from his grandmother's bank account or something. It's going to be something like that because I'm in the middle of no place. It's not going to be anything like, something that would happen in a big city, I don't think.
Well, you'd be surprised. But
I'm excited just to get to. This is my first time I've ever been asked to do it because I've moved around so much. I'm just never in the system long enough, I don't guess. So I'm excited about it, though.
Thank you for everyone. I'm going to call it a night. I
appreciate you being
with
with
have
us.
a good night. And
And,
Happy New Year if I don't see you again.
Happy New Year to you and everyone else. Game on, people. I will catch you tomorrow afternoonish. Oh, Bruce, last time I tried to get in, it would not let me in.
What?
Yeah. I would hover over the channel and the cursor would disappear. I mentioned it to Six Nations. He's like, it does that sometimes. I'm like, and I didn't want to text you and be like, hey, can you help me? Because you were already watching the show and whatnot. But I will try and catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. So come on, rant on, sleep well, and catch you tomorrow.
Whenever I get around to it.
We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. I'm realizing that I'm going to need to have another meeting where we have Kai and Janet on the same channel together live, because I'm sorry, Kai. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I'm loving this.
That's okay.
Why? Because I never shut up.
No. Because, well, part of that, yes, because watching Kai's facial expressions as I paint more orcs, it's kind of funny. He's like, he's got the like. I wanted to say something, but she's got a point. Let me.
I'm not gonna say shit at this point. I'm okay.
Yeah. No. Go ahead. What were you wanting to
hurt
talk
my
about?
feelings. I'll just cry for a few minutes. I mean, I won't cry all night or anything.
No, we're good. It's all good. I'm just sitting here smiling. No, it's really going.
I'm just
kidding.
kidding.
It's all good.
Was there something that we're skipping over and you need to help illustrate, Kai?
No, honestly, the most that I was going to even bother to even point towards was the simple fact that, like Like, well, one, I was trying very hard to dodge all political and current events because I want to focus on on gaming. I realized, nope. I'm just gonna stay quiet through all this because no, and I honestly was just enjoying everything. Everyone was just talking, and what else was I on? I guess I was just more going. The entire reason why I GM and run the way I do is mostly because of the fact that I want to see what people want to be. Because rather than try to force someone and say you have to be this way, I want to see what people will want to do when they're given the freedom to be who they want to be, become who they want to be, not what I tell you have to be. I want to see who you really want to be. And so it's like most of the time I find out that most people want to be good people and therefore they want to do this. And I find out that when I'm playing, I'm shaped a lot by either you give me the freedom to be what I want to be and be something cool, but the moment I'm told that I have to be a certain way, that changes how I play immensely. And it becomes, now I'm like, okay, you told me what you want. Now I'm going to play to what you want, which is the whole reason why I had the response I had on Thursday, which was, well, now I know what you want me to be, which is you want me to be a murder machine. You told me to play what I want to be. I want to be a fun character. I want to be a good character. I want to be a support character who's playful and avoiding combat. What I'm told is I need you to be a murder machine. So now it's no longer escapism. It's no longer me wanting to be what I want to be. Now it's I have a job to do. Now I have to murder. And it's one of those things where it's like and there's those attempts of, hey, I want to diffuse it so that way no, you can play a good fun character. I'm like, no. I now know that the only job that I can do is murder, is destruction. Like my job now is to remove the enemies that stand between us and whatever threat that the GM throws at us. And at that point, it's just punch in. You go over to the time clock, you punch in, and say, the next 8 hours, I'm here to kill everybody. And then I punch out and go home. There's no other value to it. Much like how I don't want to play a mercenary. But if the only way I can advance is to be a mercenary, I'm going to be the best damn mercenary I could possibly be. It's like, if I have to focus on money, I'm going to focus exclusively on money to the point where I don't have to focus on money, so I can now go do something else with my time. If all is like, it's almost like this Maslow's hierarchy of needs in gaming. If I'm forced to stay at money, I will never advance past money. If I have to focus on only my survival, and the only way, like, where every fight is a fight of so if I move past, I need to survive. Like, I kill because I have to get money. But if I can get past money, now it's every single fight will always be the most lethal fight you will ever encounter. It's going to be death, death, death. And if you slip up for even a moment, you will die. There's no do-overs, no continues, just game over. I'm going to be the best goddamn killer I can possibly be. But if I can find ways to either be the best damn killer in the room, so that way nobody wants to fight, or I can find a way to avoid all combat, I can now move high to the next level of the hierarchy of needs, which is now I can play a fun character who's interesting. Now I can have agendas. If I know that every fight is not a lethal fight, or I can avoid a fight, or I can just kill everybody, I can now focus on being an interesting, fun character. If I don't have to worry about cash, I could focus on the plot, on actually fixing the world, making it in a better place, hunting down the bad guys, stopping the Dark Lord, breaking up, playing an Elliot Ness, beating out the villains in the world. I can actually focus on doing the power fantasy I actually have, which was make a better world. And it's like, how we always have that question of what would you do if you were president? Well, if I could put myself in, at the highest ranks of power where my enemies are now evil organizations, conspiracy theories, the shadow cabal that runs the world, the deep state, an alliance of evil out there. If my enemies are that, I now know the character I'm playing is going to make a difference. And I may go down in flames, but I'm going to go do something amazing while I'm doing that. But the problem is to get to the point where you're at that level of focus of your character, where you've reached the top of the Maslow's role-playing pyramid. You need to be able to get past so many other things, but too many of us stay at the lowest level. There's no point, like if we're stuck at money, the root of all evil, is if all I care about is money and I can never get past money, I don't, like, what point is it to, I need you to go fight the Dark Lord? How? What? I'm too busy trying to make sure I've got enough money to fix my armor, fix a sword, find a place to sleep. I need to get enough gear to go buy a new potion, a new scroll. I need to go do this thing. I need to travel. I need all other things. I never get, like, the Dark Lord doesn't matter to me. Well, he's the plot line, but I don't care about the Dark Lord because I'm too busy worrying about this. Or if every fight is lethal, well, now why am I fighting the Dark Lord? Because he's throwing villains at me. I'm not motivated by saving the world. Saving the world is a byproduct of it. So it's working towards it. So in the end, I want Janet's, we want to play a good character. I want to play good characters, but unfortunately, because GMs keep me at the bottom of the pyramid for so long, I can't play good, so I end up playing lawful evil. I play lawful evil very fucking good because the system, like, if I can't advance in the system, I have to work within the system, and I will use the system. And if I have to, I will use the system to make a better world that I don't plan on being part of when it's done. But then again, I'm used to playing World of Darkness, where there is no good. There's just varying shades of gray. And
Kai,
yeah.
Here. I'll make you happy.
Good, the best game ever.
So Kai, that gives me a question then. I know you felt a little roped into the character you played, but did you feel like there was potential to make the kind of fun character you wanted in my game?
In a way, I could have easily done. Honestly, I could have played a good. That would have been a great character. Are you familiar at all with Lupin the Third?
Nope.
It is a fantastic anime. It's old series. It's hilarious. It's about a group of thieves doing ever increasingly amazing over the top heists. But it's a great series. They're being chased by an incompetent inspector from Interpol. It's globe-trotting humor. There's backstabbing. There's romance. There's weird shit happening. It's a campaign of, they're greedy criminals, but they have hearts of gold, and they're going to steal everything to make, to be rich, but they're going to have fun while they're doing it. But one of the key characters of Lupin the Third is a support character known as Jigen. Jigen is, now mind you, this is like 60s, 70s, 70s, 80s, the Italian job levels of weirdness, thievery going on here. So like everyone's like, there's like a gangster, there's your femme fatale, there's Lupin, and they're all goofy, fun characters. And then you got Jigen. Jigen is the most samurai of samurai. He's like descendant of samurai sword masters, and he sits there in the background. He barely gets involved in any of the hijinks, and his entire thing is simply, when it comes time for him to cut open a vault or do something with a sword, he does it, and he wins, and it's hilarious.
Nice.
And yes, so Jigen's one of my favorite characters because he's there. He's an important character, but he's not the main character. He's not the main two characters, but he's there. And when he does something stupid, it's hilarious because he's there, he's interesting, and then he goes back into the background. He could literally paste every threat in the entire series. He just chooses not to. I like the idea of playing a character where I could kill everybody in the room. I choose not to, because honestly, I love the idea of that comment of you are only peaceful when you are capable of doing extreme violence and you choose not to. If you are incapable of doing violence and you still choose being peaceful, you're just harmless. I want to be peaceful, not harmless. And that's what I want. That's the epitome of what I want to play. And the character that I was playing in your game has the potential of being the I can cut it. You already gave me the ability to cut an airship in half with a single swing. I don't have to.
Well, it is meant to the basics of the game, and I got to write it into it. The basics of the game is that at 75 points, you can technically create or buy a ship killing attack at rank 1. So you could actually put 2 more ranks onto this later.
Yeah.
Hey, Janet, I got to ask real quick. Janet said goodbye, everyone. Are you getting ready for bed, hon?
Yes.
Good
I'm
night.
gonna take my medicine and go to bed.
No,
My rooster's gonna wake me up at 4:00, whether I go to bed now or not. So.
And Nerdy Ogre, you're right. You're right about if money is your motivator, you're not a hero. And I would like to not. I like that mentality, and I really like the players who don't have it as their driving factor. But unfortunately, I've seen many a stream where people are like, the reason why we play is to get the money, is to get the treasure. And at that point, you're playing a mercenary. And are you really enjoying the game? If the entire game is a loot crawl where your job is to go fight through a hole and endless piles of holes to get more loot so you can go to the next hole, to go fight more shit, to get more loot, so you can get higher level, so you can get more loot. You're playing a mercenary. You're playing a loot gathering mercenary who never actually ascends to being a better person. And because you've already said that your goal is, I need better loot, I need money so I can get better loot. And you're just stuck at loot. And I've seen players say that's their goal. Like, that's the whole point of playing the game, is to be there. And trust me, I played Star Wars D6 where I played the mercenary. The mercenary trader captain who's going, I need more money for the next big haul so I can fix the goddamn ship, so I can get a better engine on it so we can do a bigger, better haul, which is also how you play Traveler. But those are different games with different mentalities.
Those games Star Wars Tramp Freighters isn't about being big damn heroes.
No, it's not.
Freighters is being about, I'm Mal Reynolds before Mal Reynolds was Mal Reynolds. And that's what it is, and Traveler was kind of the impetus, and that was the birth of that. Baron G-Rock has hundreds of nights of Traveler and watching Jeffrey Kopeck stare at his spreadsheets of how much money we should be making, and if we don't make this money, why are we even here? I'm not here for free.
And then we would duct tape him to the hole and take away his spreadsheets in game. And he goes, "No, the money!" And we said, "No, the arms that we're going to get from going to this place. But the money!" I said, "We can sell it for some money." He goes, "Wait, we can?" Yes. We're not going to keep it all. He goes, "But the money! I have it all mapped out. We only had to go here to here to here to here."
And that's and I will do those kind of things, but but the thing is, when I plan them, I expect the GM to put something in the way, like an Imperial blockade, customs, smugglers, crime lords, rebel scum. Where I'm happily we're our tramp freighter, we're happily going along, and then oh hey, the Imperial Custom Corvette pulls up. We are 100% totally legit. Here's our shipping manifest. Here's everything. Our profit margin is this. This is what we're going to do. This is where we're heading. The flight plan's already been booked. The Imperial goes, "Wow, your papers are entirely in order. Go along, sir." And then we pull off, go 15 feet, and all of a sudden, like 4 X-Wings. Pull the fuck over. God damn it. We want your totally legit cargo.
For our viewers on X, I do want to say that Janet has left the stream. And while I appreciate her bringing you in here, we do have a channel link for what's live right now. And I'm going to put it into the account or into the chat. And
I got it.
And so what I'll do, I'll give you a chance to come on over here, but I'm going to nix the Twitter feed, and then Janet's stream is going to end on YouTube as well. Not that I don't love you. I do. But I want you to understand, like, we are getting this, we're doing this because Janet is going to bed. She's got chickens that will wake her up at 4 in the morning, regardless of what time she went to bed. So she needs to sleep.
Yeah.
And Nerdy, you're right. It is all about the point, and that does go back to the hierarchy of needs thing, where it is all about hunting for the big score until something pulls you up out of that. It's like when the heroic chance to be heroic comes along. Now the GM has made it no longer about making money, and now you get to play a better campaign. So the moment you're able to get yanked up is where it becomes fun. And I want a game to be fun. I just don't want to be constantly going, the only way we can manage to survive is if we can make a 5% profit margin on this current run. So that way we can pay for fuel. And if we don't pay for fuel, we're all going to be eating rehydrated eggs. Egg powder.
Oh my God, that'd be delicious if you have the right amount of spam.
Right? And then you pull up somewhere, and then it's like you're like fighting with the quartermaster because look, I need the money. Like I have this much money. I need to buy this much supplies because I need to make a run. It's going to take 3 weeks. So I need 3 weeks of food. Well, that's going to cost 200 credits. Can I do it for 185? No, I want to be able to go, I have enough money to buy food and fuel and not worry about, oh God, is the plant that we're heading to selling toilet paper a little bit cheaper than this plant so I can make a profit margin here?
Well, when it comes to the loftier goals thing, I find that trying to set loftier goals for your characters, or at least for players, didn't really work out well for me. So what I always found was always good is basically what I'm doing for you guys. Yeah, I gave you a goal, but not a lofty goal. It was try not to start a war with everything, with all the treasure you found. Beyond that, I'm going to let you guys lead to how lofty your goals are going to become.
And at that point, it's us we're the ones who are choosing to decide what our goals are going to be. and that's okay. If I choose that I don't want to be awesome, I just want to be mediocre, that's on me now. That's no longer I'm not the chosen one. I'm not being, there's not some kind of angelic creature who comes down, unless of course I'm playing Exalted, at which point if the Unconquered Sun goes, I'm totally awesome enough to become awesome, yeah, I'm going to become fucking awesome. Why? Because I'm destined to be awesome. It's a fucking mandate from heaven, for God's sake. I'm going to fucking rule. But the entire world doesn't want you to rule. Fuck you. I know who my boss is. Who's that? The sun came up. That's my boss. Not you. My boss is up there. It's a big glowing ball in the sky. Certainly the big glowing ball in the sky really isn't the sun, but it is the sun, and don't you dare argue with it. What? But, I mean, that's a different game. Again, different game. I said Star Wars is different from Star Wars and Traveler, and is different from playing Dungeons and Dragons, and all that's different from playing Exalted. But yeah, I just want to have fun. God damn it! And yeah, that's ultimately what it comes down to. It's like I want to do more. It's like I don't mind starting, but I don't want to stay. I just want to go. God.
I know that whenever I bring people over from Janet's channel, I'm sorry about that, but it just, if in case we have other people join in, or if Baron wants to broadcast to his channel, I only have I think 5 streams I can push out to, so I want to make sure the active members get their chance to do that. Nothing against anybody, Nerdy Ogre. Janet's a fine lady. She's one of my best friends, probably my best friend, actually. I spend most time during the week talking to her. She just needs to sleep. She forgot about, 4 a.m.'s coming. Yeah, chickens don't understand what the days of the week are. We're off on Sunday. I don't need you at 4 a.m. No, that doesn't happen. Ever.
Chicken doesn't care?
No.
But by the way, Kai, that what I showed you with the Exalted, that was it. That was a sneak peek of my my part of my video from that I finished editing. So yes, it's in there. So
Nice.
If you like content from Baron G Rock, I do recommend you subscribe to his channel. Baron, you have a link for your channel you could put in chat?
somewhere.
Okay. He's getting ready to start doing more and more videos, which that means more stuff about Exalted. If you like Exalted.
I know I look Exalted, so I'm just waiting for the sidereal book to arrive. That's all I'm waiting for.
I had to get this guy repainted because I was touching him today and stuff was just falling off. It's like, what happened?
Probably doesn't want to take the time for primer.
Of
course, I'm trying to find a good sealant because the sealants I have dull my favorite metallic paint really badly. So,
what sealant are you using?
it's just oh crap. Here, let me grab it real quick. I'm literally right next to it. Well, within 3 feet.
Are you?
Technically?
Are you really? The world may never
this is
know.
a 10-foot shed. I'm in. Yeah, true.
You're in a shed.
No, he's got a man cave. Crafting Gamer's got the ideal life. For the hand that God dealt him, he's got the ideal life. He really does. Krylon
This
matte
is the one I
finish.
use.
Yeah, that is not the matte finish I would use. If I was doing Warhammer and I didn't care about the end result of the figs, I would use Krylon, not because it's bad, but because it does indeed dull a lot of metallics and a lot of bright colors. I wouldn't use it with the speed paints from Army Painter either. The 2.0 speed paints. The 1.0 I wouldn't buy.
Let's see
The
here.
2.0s look really good. Let me show you the sealant that I use. It's a brush on. This is Vallejo polyurethane satin vinyl.
I've seen that a couple times. I'll have to see about getting that. Let's see here.
This is good mid grade between gloss and matte.
He is. Oh, come on.
I have the most classic
There we go.
ancient armory sealer.
Oh my god.
It's
He
still
is
usable.
mostly speed paint and with the sealant.
That looks good.
I refuse
Yeah,
to get off
it doesn't do too bad with the. Sorry, Kai.
No problem.
It works good with these speed paints up to the metallics. It just dulls the metallics. It doesn't dull the golds, oddly enough, but it'll dull the coppers
Silver,
and the
bronze.
silvers. But let's see, yeah, you can see how you can just barely see it, but how shiny that place is right in here. That's because that's gold, and it does not take the shine off the gold. But here, the arm, my favorite metallic. Well, it still shines, but that's
It's
not as
dull.
shiny. Let's see, do I have? Aha. Arm, axe, same exact paint.
Nice. Very nice.
It just killed that paint hardcore. It's my favorite metallic too.
Also, if you guys are wanting to send your Christmas sweatpants or your Christmas flannel pants to the crafting gamer, dude, I noticed your skull pants. Those were awesome.
Oh yeah, they're last year's Christmas present for my sister.
Sweet, got a good family there.
I cling to this spray paint like it's this classic ancient armory spray paint.
Yeah.
I have
Oh,
the dark one.
Yeah. It's like, and this is the best sealant I've ever had, and I will use it until it's fucking empty.
Yep.
I refuse to buy more.
That's the one I still have that also. I've got that also. But the primer I've got, I actually got, I think at Walmart. It was one of the spray primers, and it works. It works. It was thin enough, and yeah.
Yeah, I had to redo my beast from Big Trouble in Little China Fig.
Two little tricks here. This is this is the primer I currently use. It goes on flat, and for someone who's not very good with spray paint, that is very nice. I have not lost detail despite my clumsiness with spray paint, thanks to how flat this stuff dries.
Yeah.
And when I have a model that I know I'm going to be touching a lot, Rust-Oleum Clear Lacquer. It'll also kill the shine of metal, but dear God, it does not like scraping. It does not like scratching. Your paint will stay.
Well, yeah, it's Rust-Oleum.
It'll be there forever.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, yeah. I'm not buying Rust-Oleum because put on a miniature. I'm buying Rust-Oleum to go put on a car or on like an outdoor table or something.
Oh well, that bottle is actually, that can is left over from me buying it to seal a cardboard weapon that I had painted.
Yeah. But like I said, nobody buys Rust-Oleum because they're wanting to go do anything delicate or fine with it. They're buying Rust-Oleum because they want to buy paint something solid.
Oh yeah. Well, though I did use the Rust-Oleum purposely on these guys, even though they probably didn't need it. But it makes them look a little glossy, which I like. Because, oh right, I can show them to you this way. I like because they're supposed to be animal robotic hybrids, and I like the idea of them having some sort of goop on them to keep them working properly. So they're all glossy, like they're wet.
Yeah.
Oh, I like how this one turned out. He's all blued on one side, so it looks like he's got a glowing gun.
So for everyone, make sure you do check out Mr. Max Bouvon's channel tomorrow. He's having a creator New Year's party, so people drifting in and out and whatnot, kind of like what Bear did on for Christmas. So I know I'll probably wind up being over there at some point. I'm sure others will too. So make sure you go check that out. Definitely would be fun. It'll be anyone who actually is a creator will have a chance to hop on in and talk and commiserate and whatnot. So yeah.
That sounds like fun to watch.
I like Bear's streams, both as a viewer
Oh, God.
and as a panelist.
Oh God. As long as Crafty's not on there, we're fine.
Oh, well, I mean, if Crafty's
Okay. Let me rephrase that. As long as Crafty's on there and not drunk, we're fine. Because he went into an entire story telling us of, how he was, part of the last great generation of hunter gatherers for porn.
For porn.
And where he used to hide them and how he had things set up to where he could move it around so it wouldn't be found. It was after that stream, I sat down and I went, what did I just experience?
Yeah, that was one of those things where you just kind of clutch your knees to your chest and just rock back and forth in the bathroom while listening to The Cure on repeat. And it just like, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Who's a big
What
boy?
the fuck do I miss by being busy all the time?
Oh, you missed
A lot.
of apps because Crafty, like, I'll have to go back and find on the Christmas stream. It's the last 3 hours of the Christmas stream that Bear did.
Yeah.
Where Crafty wanders in, he staggers in, he's drinking, he's got his kids there, and he talks how proud he is with his kids and blah, blah, blah. And then he says, we are the last greatest generation because we were the ones that we had to gather our own porn without the help of the interwebs. And so whenever I would get my porn, I would find a large manila envelope and I would tape it to the underside of the drawer in the bathroom, in the sink, where Mom would never look under the bathroom in the vanity. She would never look underneath there. And that's what happened for years. And I did that for years. It was great. And then one day I got home and I was looking at porn and my dad caught me and I didn't have time. So I put it underneath the rug in the hallway. And then Mom found it. And I never had a untamed, untarnished ass afterwards. My ass was always red. And I had to walk uphill. And my red ass was stretching and causing me much pain and suffering. And it was just like the greatest fucking, like, when I
There
was
you go. I gave you the link to the stream, Kai, in Discord, so you can find it. Yeah.
Worst part about it is I was getting flashbacks from his story.
Wow.
I was there, man.
I'll sit back and watch this thing.
In WW I was there, man.
Wow. Something to watch later when in the morning when I'm working on that first coffee of the day.
That first
God.
Yeah, you'll need the coffee.
And about 4 more after it.
No, I'll probably be laughing too hard because that's just like the best thing. Like you described it like the best day ever of like, no, I'm here for this conversation.
We were hunter-gatherers of porn. When I heard him say that, I was like, oh God.
Here we go.
We've just lost our demonetization. We've just lost our monetization. It's the same tenseness as like, we have just lost the football and the president's plane is missing. That sort of thing.
Let the puritanical fucks end.
Yeah, drunken Quebeckies. Yeah, that would.
Quebecois.
Yeah, watching Max and Bear go at it when they've had like a bottle each was nice.
So when does this nightmare start?
About 3 hours from the end of that video. When
Crafty... Oh no! I'm more meaning when does the nightmare for tomorrow's night? Potential.
I think he's starting at 9:30 our Central Standard Time.
Okay,
if I remember correctly.
9.
Oh, Bruce.
Yeah.
Was there going to be a
There is.
meme review tonight?
Um,
Because if
Maybe?
not, that'd be cool if so. But if not, there's a particular meme I gotta show Kai.
Okay, feel free to show.
yeah. Go ahead and share it. I'll get it out here.
Okay, I'll share it under the table breakers,
I
so it's easy.
I never bring any memes whatsoever anywhere.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Kai dumps all of his memes in my
Oh.
meme channel.
Well, one of mine actually got a "that's gross." I was like, yes.
Yes, the answers I'd like to hear. Show me bad memes. I live for this shit.
Yeah, you don't understand like how there was a meme I saw the other day, and it shows this like dude my age just slamming a shot glass. My lawyer, when the prosecution states we are now admitting into the evidence folder memes I find funny. And the guy's like, oh fuck.
I forgot about that. Okay, there was 2 memes. I forgot about this one.
Yeah, when I took that month off, I'm from work, and I just sat there and I spent like 3 days.
I sent them both to Bruce.
Oh no!
I was supposed to put them in table breakers.
Oh no, Bruce has
All
got him.
Oh no, Bruce has him. Ah! All right, here we
Oh
go.
no!
President, share screen, entire screen. Share. Do these have audio?
No.
Do
Please
these
say
have-
no.
I still haven't figured out how to put videos on Discord yet.
This hero is so undercooked that he could defeat a basilisk. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Orcus's Abyssal Kitchen, D&D Beyond. That'd be something that you would find at Frog God Games.
this goat is so raw. Hamas is still trying to fuck it.
Buckler, Ranger, Wizard, Looney Tunes
Yes.
first multi-class character. You're thinkable. Is that Daffy or is that Sylvester?
That's dead.
That's Daffy.
Okay.
No, wait, no. This is Sylvester, I think. I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched any of those. I feel bad, but not really.
Yeah, I just sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just like put a whole bunch of memes in today, and it was like I know a couple of them Kai would get a kick out of.
You got.
Of course,
You gotta realize, I read the memes. I read and watch. I read through every last one of the memes posted, and then I post about. I'm like, man, everybody else is posting memes. Quick, I need to go and troll through at least 4 or 5 servers and go find enough to go. I must return the favor of. You guys have shared memes with me. Now I must now shit post back in equal amounts.
Well, admittedly,
well-
some. Sorry.
9gag. 9gag.
9gag. No, but it's like no. I'll troll through different places like Golden Age Cabal or the Auxiliary or every other fucking Discord server I'm ever on, and then go, what memes have not been recycled so much? Because certain servers are like, it's the same meme 3 or 4 times. It's like, look, it was funny 3 weeks ago. Can we not repeat that meme? And then he posted again, and then again, and then the mods show up and beat them senseless for stop posting the same shit over and over and over. Nobody wants to watch copy pasta.
I don't know.
Single
tomorrow,
one meme in at a time, or
tomorrow
I try not to repeat myself.
3:30 p.m.
Sorry.
Central Standard, 4:30 on Eastern Seaboard, 2:30 Mountain, and 1:30 Avocado time. I should be jumping into my channel and starting the watch of the new stuff, Angry Cops and unsubscribe have been dropping things. So I want to do like if I can get an extra hour in Discord, if people want to jump in and watch those, they can. Angry Cops and Fat Electrician are my two of my favorites, literally in the grand scheme of things. And I shouldn't find them so funny, but I find them absolutely hilarious.
They're
So
just
we'll do
good.
that. Yeah, they're just good. Uh, Angry Cops dropped earlier today, 14 hours ago, the dumbest military memos of 2023, and it's already got
yeah,
122,000 views.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, like, we'll watch that, and then the Fat Electrician talks about the Berlin Wall, which hell, we
Yep.
might watch that after this goes off of being live, because there's nothing funnier than what the shit he pulls out. Oh,
There's a new
Well-
yes.
Speaking of which, I am going to go ahead and hop out, boys. So I'm slightly tired, so I will holler at y'all later.
take care of yourself, Grand Barrett.
Yep. Bye.
All right. Take care of yourself. Good night. No, I found myself on Facebook sliding into a new group called Mandatory Fun Day, and it is just a trollish group of assholes, and it's beautiful. And there are so many memes, and I love all of them because they're just cold and heartless, and they fit right into Fat Electrician's zone of humor for me, and I'm so happy to read them.
I love Mandatory Fun Day stuff.
Yes.
I don't on Facebook, but I see a lot of it bleeds over to other social media, and I get to watch it, and it's just
Yep. And it's great because his bits are hilarious.
Let's see here.
Angry Cops is going to be doing this old pack house, but he's revitalizing his garage gym, so that should be interesting.
Woohoo!
There will be, from what the comments are really stacking up on, there must be a squat cam. So, ladies, there you go. You ask, you'll receive. I'll have to give that one a Janet too, because she likes him. Hey, that's good. You'll be in tomorrow. Awesome. Kai, we had a hell of a year.
Yeah, we did. Honestly, this year was a lot of fun. And it was a hell of a year, but honestly, we kind of made it through, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't so as much doom and gloom as as other people have kind of harped on and tried to spill it out. Because I know I've very much do not like I'm not a clickbaiter. I don't like to just harp on one thing, trying to get attention, get views, no, create good things, be around good people, and have a good time. I don't need to do. I don't want to be one of those people who just chases after. This is current day, current trend. This is what's getting everyone angry, and we all know angry gets you views, right? Angry clicks get you the views, and the views get you subs. Subs get because people want to hear angry opinions regurgitated in their direction, rather than just simply be a good person. You won't have the millions of people who are here to sit there and watch you do something stupid or get angry and cheer you along like you're a doomcock or you're a clownfish TV where it's or all the angry nerds who are just being angry. I know I get the reputation of being a ranter, but I don't rant, on the current events. I rant at the things that legitimately make me angry. And I actually believe what I believe. I'm not just chasing a trend. I'm not chasing a view count. I don't care about that. I just want to have a good time with good people, and I want to have a good experience with friends who are having fun. In the end, the game that we're playing is: are we all having fun? Am I betraying the trust am I doing everything right that makes you guys happy? am I abusing you as player? Like, if I as a GM, am I abusing you guys as trust me as a GM, or are you guys, or are the players abusing my trust in you guys? And it's all about the balance. It's all about friends having a good time playing a game, telling a story, or whatever we decide that the winning condition is for the game we're playing. If we're playing a purely tactical game where it's all about strategy, maneuver, and all that stuff, moving around a tactical board on your turn to maximize your damage per round, then yes, the win condition we've all established as a group is kill, survive the encounter, get home. Where it's like, so what did you guys accomplish? Everyone lived. That is an accomplishment. That's a goal. I'm okay with that. But I was like, but I don't care what Hasbro or says. In fact, this year, if anything, if all the bad news this year produced was Hasbro sucks, congrats, but a lot of people are actually very passionate about the hobby. Actually, I know we badmouth 5e people, but the amount of creativity I've seen in certain other circles I'm in is bordering on what it was like at the tail end of third edition, where people are just throwing, like, this is a popular rule set. Here's my idea. It's a really good idea. Here's my rules. Here's my concept. Here's all the new things that I've created. It fits into the engine, and I'm sitting here like going, I hate to tell you, but Hasbro's about to fuck you like they did, like they fucked all of us 14 years ago. But they're showing their creativity using a common framework. I love what some of these people have done, and I like watching the Kickstarters where hundreds or a couple thousand people all go, I believe in your story. I want to see what you produced, and they've shown that there is a community that, even though we're not really part of it because we're an old. I know that comment that was made hours ago. Are we grognards? Yes, we're the old guard. We're not really with it. But the thing is, the sense of community that we all had is there, and they're behind it. In fact, I've actually had a lot of fun watching younger players branch out and try new things. Again, we don't see it because we're insulated. We don't go out into younger spaces. We don't try to reach out to younger players because, well, I remember how it was back in the day. Well, yeah, we all played back in the day. But the thing is, the things that we did, I know some of the people out there, you guys were part of the first wave, the vanguard. That of like, you were there at the red box. You guys can remember that there was no generation that you were in the shadow of. I'm a tail end of that first. I'm not the first wave. I'm tail end of the first wave. I got to see the last of I don't want to say last vestiges of before all the first waivers insulated themselves and became, isolated in their own little pockets, where we've been playing this game for 30 fucking years and we don't fucking ever want to change. And occasionally they come out and go, kids, get off my lawn. And then they go back into their little caves. So I grew up in the shadow of that first wave. I came in, late, early 90s, storyteller, D10 games. Yeah, I played D&D. Yeah, I played early Shadowrun. Yeah, I played early Cyberpunk. Yeah, I enjoyed all this. But I was in that shadow where the old guard wasn't paying attention to me because, well, the old guard has their mature friends. They don't want to deal with young shits.
So actually, I would actually say that you're part of the generation 2, because generation 1 was like from white box, which nobody played up until like it was discovered like 3 years ago, up until like, and that we're saying 73, 74, up till like maybe 86, right before second ed was released in 88. then
Yeah.
88 to like 99 is like Generation
The
2,
Gen
and it
2.
follows that you're in the tail end of Gen 2 or midpoint of Gen 2 in 93,
Yeah.
94, but you're really like you're in Gen 2 solidly. But you're right, because back then when you got into a game, unless you were a GM that could hold a table for fucking like 3 months, if you
Yeah.
could hold a table weekly for 3 months, you weren't worth a shit. Because there were plenty of guys we knew that they would get a table together and they'd have 3 to 7 players each and every week. And
They hold it for years.
yeah. And that's kind of the crowd that we both come from on that. I'll shut
Yeah.
up.
No, and you're right. And the thing here is that the thing is, we Gen 2s, we became the grognards, and then we hardened ourselves to this is how we accept things. I'm happy that I managed to transition from Gen 2 into Gen 3, into the third generation of gamers who were like, they came in on D20. They only ever knew D20. Storyteller went off into this wonderful realm of it's only like, oh, that weird game. And like old White Wolf became the thing till it came back. But it's like, but that generation became its own generation, which became the Pathfinder generation, and now we're like into a fourth generation, almost a fifth generation of gamers who are coming into this entire hobby. But the thing is that the older generations, the grognards, and each generation of grognard doesn't pay attention to the people who came before. Now because of the groups that what I do, I actually get to see what kids who are 15, 16, 17, 18, where we all started at, when we were the young fuckers who didn't, who were goofing off and having fun, being oddballs, yeah, every once in a while, one of the old fuckers from the previous generation will come in there and go, y'all playing the game wrong. You need to be playing this game for 20 fucking years, and here's my complete rule book and all this shit. And then they'd go back off into their little man caves, with their massive armies of painted miniatures and great terrain pieces and libraries of books that they parade before you, but you can't touch. Because that's their collection, that's theirs, not yours, and all you've got is a battered old copy of some game that I bought at the store, and your 3 books that you bought. And nowadays we can go, well, and whatever you have on PDF, but don't worry, the old guys are like, no, you got to be able to own your book and have it in front of you, because that's how we did it back in the day, and you can't like no PDFs allowed, no tablets. Meanwhile, the younger generation has fully embraced technology, and like, I can now have 50 books in a database of everything at my fingertips for free or for a couple dollars. Okay. And, they're embraced that. They're like, but they're doing the same things that we did. Yeah, we harp on D&D. D&D does this thing. The kids are also playing around with games too. It's fun. It's like without prodding, watching them discover weird fucking role playing games that I like. Where the fuck did that one come from? Because it's not a mainline certain game. Like yeah, this is a game about playing. This is a game set in the Old West where you're all playing a bunch of Mormon gunslingers. I'm like, what the fuck game is this? Yeah, it's a small press, little independent thing, and like they want to try it. Well, shit, bring it out. Or like, hey, there's this new version of role playing. I'm like, but why do we want to play that? Fantasy Flight already did that game. I can play that version. No, but this is this version. Okay, play it. And they're experimenting and exploring games just like we are. But the thing is, we're too up our own asses to pay attention to what they're doing, and we don't pay attention to the splat books that they're writing. Seeing the direction of the hobby where the people who are actually spending money are actually taking things. I know we complain about woke and all other shit, and most of the time the people who are buying and playing, they hate it too. They hate it too. They hate the idea that they're being pandered to a group that doesn't really play. But the thing is, but unlike other things, there is an element that does pay for it. And let's be honest, every game we've ever played, every generation, there's always shit that we don't want to use, or terms we don't want to fucking deal with, or some other thing. It's out there. And yeah, the fact that Hasbro is firing so many of their staff, the fact that they are hemorrhaging, and it's just momentum that people are realizing that what actually keeps us doing this hobby and having fun is people. It's just people having fun, and they're starting to discover that it's just really, it's the stories, it's the characters, it's the personality, and the current generation is kind of, the current young generation coming in is hating the fact that they're seeing that the young canon that they've known, yeah, we're so used to, okay, the realms have changed 4 times by now, whatever, new version of the realms, fuck it, whatever, new version of this place, whatever. Now they're being hit with Hasbro going, yeah, we're changing the realms again, and they're like, wait, what? And now they're being like, and now they're having the same culture shock that we've had, and we've grown with, and they're also going, no, I'm gonna write my own fucking, like, fuck you, I'm writing my own book. Like, yeah, we say blackjack and hookers, but they're like, you know what, I want my own, but I want to have better, better this, better that, and something like, and there's a lot of creativity coming out of their circles that we're kind of ignoring because, well, we already have all our shit. And maybe I am the Gen X of tabletop, and if that's how we want to go through it. But at that point, I'm kind of bad mouthing the original Gen Xers who were all playing D&D back in the day. But they're the boomers now. Gen X is the boomers of gaming, and I'm tail end of, yeah, okay, I embrace that. Yeah, Gen Xing. And much like Gen X, I didn't fucking do anything and just let the universe fucking roll on, and it's like, whatever, I'm just riding coattails. I'm a true Gen Xer in that way. Fuck you, I'm just riding coattails at this point. Universe is rolls on fire. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I'm not, but fuck it at this point. But yeah, it's fun, and it is fun watching like people who are like, people in their early 20s and teens saying the same shit we're saying, just that they're just saying it from their point of view, but they don't have 30 years of experience to go, I remember how it was back in the day. They're going, no, I know. I remember how it was 5 years ago. This is bullshit. And it's like, but honestly, I've seen this cycle enough times where each group becomes an insular little group and doesn't really want to deal with anybody else because, well, it's a generational thing. I don't want to deal with another generation. Fuck you. I like the mindset from my generation, and it just keeps on rolling forward like it always has. And it takes actual effort to go forward and become part of a different group. It's easy to just stand still and go, I'm content where I am. I'm content where this is, and I don't need any better. I like listening to my 1960s and 70s rock music. I don't need any of that new shit. And suddenly you realize one day that you went from being the classic rock station to the Moldy's Oldies station. Meanwhile, man, I love 80s and 90s rock. Welcome back to classic hits. Oh, fuck. And then there's like people who go, man, I love this song released in 2005. It's now on the classic rock station. It takes energy and effort to keep moving forward, to keep up with things. And it's just easy on us all to just go, I don't want to go forward anymore. I'm content where I am. And that's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, but if you insulate yourself to the point where like, nobody knew or knows anything, well, you don't take the effort to learn their shit. And, you find out that they're still saying the same. They're just saying all the same shit that we're saying, just from a slightly different point of view. And then if you're just kind enough to just like slip in and go, I support what you're saying. Don't lecture them. Dear God, don't lecture them. Good night. But-
Night, mediocre, and that was like 20 minutes ago. Sorry,
I
sir.
understand. I'm sorry, I ranted. I'm on a rant.
Guy, do you have your Steam open?
I heard the beep. I hadn't got to look at what it was yet. And what did I get? I see it. Oh, great. I will have no life. Now I can play it in glorious detail rather than
Glorious 16-bit color. Ooh.
no ASCII art for me no more. Now I can play it with graphics. No, like I said, it's just I've had a lot of fun just wandering into other groups and then not lecturing them from my lofty when back in the ancient days when we were still before we had the year of turmoil or before the bad times. Which bad times, sir? The bad times. I don't know which bad times. We've had several of them since then. You know that, right? The year of hell. Okay. Just join in and go. Yeah, I understand where you guys are coming from. Here's what you could do to make do or adapt to the fact that the world now sucks a bit more than it did yesterday, and provide, be constructive, be friendly, and don't just go, you play it, you having bad wrong fun. You must play proper fun. Boom. Like, obviously you're playing bad wrong game. Play right game. What is right game? Game I played 20 years ago? No. I know I harp on I love Exalted 2nd Edition. I love Exalted 1st. I love Exalted 3rd. I love Legend of the Five Rings 1st 2nd Edition. And I will badmouth other L5R players in jest for playing later editions. But it's in jest. Because I'm going, hey, you're at least playing L5R. Sure, you're playing a colorless, lifeless, soulless version of the game, but you're at least playing in the world. Well, and at that point, we've established a nice little framework. They know I'm prodding them from a place of friendship and fun. Also, old fucker who's going, I liked it better when we were all playing lethal, deadly games 25 years ago, where if you make a wrong move, you got your head cut off by a tulip. And they're going, yeah, we like rules that don't suck and are actually balanced. And I'm like, there's no fun in balanced. Fuck is. I don't need cards to play this game like you do, and my dice are readable. I don't need squiggly flowers and weird triangles to tell me if I'm actually happy or not. And autistic raptor screeches start happening because, now we're a bunch of fucking weebs who are now yelling at each other over the fact that we don't over which dice roll we want to use today.
Don't be making fun of me for spraying my my wife boob pillow in Teflon, okay? Trying to preserve a work of art.
I understand, but no, I'm making fun of Fantasy Flight Games and L5R players with your here's your custom fucking dice that need to do weird shit. You failed, but you feel good.
Nerdy, if you want in, we'll be more than happy to send you a link, sir.
Yeah. I'm good for about another hour before I gotta sleep.
Yeah.
The Kai wind up. The Kai wind up gear has only got an hour left in it.
Yeah, it's about how long. 4 hours is about how long that we managed to do these Saturday night things anyway. and then comes the hour-long after show.
Yeah.
We turn the camera off, and then it gets fucking real for an hour.
That's literally like the second time I was on Legion of Myth Friday night live stream. It was literally a 4-hour stream, and then a 4-hour after stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that the next day. That was kind of funny. I'm like, I told you guys. I knew this one was going to go deep. Yeah, I just there was a guy that was in the Air Force officer that they kicked him out because he was an officer and they've got no confidence that he can lead. I'm like, wow. And they're like, well, that could be various things. He could be like cheating on his wife, or he could be doing other unsavory things that right now the Air Force is like just scrambling for excuses just to boot people out for, I mean, they're done. They don't want to pay for him anymore. He screwed up something, or he's got something going on that's such a trash fire that they don't want to be anywhere near when the dump goes up. So it's just things like that. Yeah, you must like our flavor of Kool-Aid. Otherwise, we will gatekeep you. Yeah. That's the world we live in right there, kids. Sorry.
The thing is
Generation
that
X, we didn't gatekeep enough as Generation X. My bad. Go ahead, Kai.
the thing is that the world, the world may suck like that, but it doesn't have to suck. It's really what it comes down to is the people you want to play with and you want to hang around with. I mean, that's the ultimate way. It's like, yeah, I can't change the world. I'm an individual. I'm a single individual. I can fight for a good value, but in the end, it's the people I hang around with, people I play with, people I just goof off with. Yeah, certain groups of people I hang out with. Fuck, we play. We discuss and think about playing Exalted or Mage the Ascension. We never get around to it because life, and we're all fucking old. We're fucking old now. But that circle of people is independent of the circle of people who I discuss and think about. Someday I'm going to play Twilight 2000. At which point the argument begins which version of the rules we're going to be playing with. And I, who will champion 2.1 and 2.1 edition, others who will go 2, others who will go 1, and we have a big giant fight over which version of World War III we want to role play in which rule set. And someone's like, do we want to play with the current rules? No. Yes. No. No, we all want to play Traveler. Traveler on the ground with radio. I have a radioactive mushroom clouds in the background. Thank you very much. And it's like we're all playing. Which version of Misery we all want to play in. And but that circle of friends is not the same circle of people who I'm going to play Mech Warrior, Heavy Gear, and Mech Warrior and Heavy Gear with. And there's a little bit of overlap in all of those groups on getting them to, but I can get all of those groups to agree to maybe we'll play Star Wars. No. Exalt, The Expanse? No. Traveler? No. Star Trek? No. Science fiction, any science fiction. And then when I go, Hammers, Slammers, and at which point a few of us go, yes, and then the rest go, no, because schedules. But all these little circles are their own individual groups, and then there's that fantasy fucking crowd that's in the middle. But everybody's circle, every last one of these groups' circles, all touch the fantasy circle. There's no overlap between any of the rest of them, except for me, who will just go, no, I'm going to go find a way to bring Cyberpunk and Shadowrun into my fantasy. I'm going to find a way, since none of you want to play The Expanse, I'm going to drag The Expanse into fantasy. None of you want to play World War III, I'm going to drag World War III into my fantasy. None of you want to play this, I'm dragging that into here because I want to play it all. And none of you want to play it, so I'm going to force you all to play it with a nice little veneer on it, so that way you think it's all fantasy. Have you been making us play games that we don't want to play? Yeah, but do you like these ideas? Oh yeah, we love all these ideas. You thought about maybe you might want to try some of these other RPGs? I'm not sure. I'm like, okay, we'll continue to play in my fantasy world. That's literally just like, I know none of you are weebs, but you might like I like the weeb RPG. No, but you like Seven Seas, right? Yeah, we could play Seven Seas. No, you like Rokugan, right? Yeah. Do you want to play L5R? No. You like this place? You want to play that? No. All right. I guess we're just gonna continue playing D&D for a little bit longer. Try different rules. I would, but my friends are all idiots. Sorry, the friends who can actually make it to the table are not the friends they're my friends. I'm gonna play a fun game for them, and fuck it. If I'm GM, fuck you. I'm just doing whatever the hell I want. But don't worry, I thought it through.
Don't
Yes!
worry, I'm a professional. Sorry.
Cyborg Hobbit Street. Yes! I want Cyborg Hobbit Street Samurais on meth. I would totally be up for that.
It was Flavor Aid, damn it. Kool-Aid Man did nothing wrong. He meant Kool-Aid Man. He's got fat fingers like I do sometimes.
Hey, it's okay. But
It's
no.
all right. Look at those things. Those sausages. Okay.
I got sausages too. Hams. I got hams.
I was told
But
that would
yeah.
be good for one instrument, the drums.
Yes. Everyone wants to play percussion. Nobody can get into it. God. The thing is that I love the idea of, and I love the fact that Pathfinder First Edition gave us a fucking book that was the most beautiful book ever written. It's so dumb. It's their technomancer, like it's their high-tech guide for that one stupid Iron Gods campaign that nobody wants to run in Galarian. It was so dumb. But
It's
that
a
book-
neat idea, but it's been done before and not with as much content. But Expedition to Barrier Peaks was
Right.
kind of the first time we got to see that possibility.
Right. It was their take on it. Now,
Yeah.
I have no interest in running Iron Gods, but I bought the player's hat. I actually paid money for it. I didn't just fucking steal it. I actually paid money for this thing. For the PDF at least. But it had the cyberware and BioWare in it. And suddenly I had this wonderful book that allows me to grab Shadowrun and then bring it into Pathfinder. And suddenly it's like, I'm like, but I can refluff it all because they're like, oh, you like Full Metal Alchemist. Like, players, you like Full Metal Alchemist? Oh yeah, we love Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? Fuck yeah. And I'm like, would you like to have some automail? And a few players go, I'm not sure I like the way you phrased that. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I would never start. I'm going to start chopping all your limbs off. You're getting cyberware. And then something like, oh, now we have cyberware, right? Like, yeah, lots of cyberware and BioWare and other cool things. But the book only has, I have access to books, and I can figure out a conversion rate between X and Y. Guess what? And like, oh no, are we about to encounter the Terminator troll with subdermal armor and battle plate? Yes. Oh god, we're fucking and like the evil laughter like the evil Emperor Palpatine laughter starts. They are like, oh, we're about to get fucked, aren't we? I'm like going, yeah. Don't worry, it's awesome. And yes, juicer hobbits are awesome. I love the idea of them. But that's okay because I had a player who went, wait, like he knew I loved Legend of the Five Rings. And then we're playing D&D. He goes, but wait, you have the D20 rules, right? For L5R. I go, yes. And I know how to convert the rest of the material over into D20. Don't worry. He goes, can I play a Drow samurai? I go, are you planning to play an elven Afro samurai? He's like, yes, I'm going to fucking do it. And I'm like, hell yeah. And I'm like, he's like, oh yeah. And then he built this whole fucking thing. I like figured out how to do EI Jitsu and do all those other things. And he's just like wandering around being a badass Drow elf samurai who's just like, what? You look at me funny? Slash. And I'm like, yeah, this is the best thing fucking ever. Because he's like, no. He goes, I realize you love fucking L5R, and I'm going to fucking embrace it. I'm rejecting my Drow heritage, and I'm embracing true weavery. I'm like, oh my god, you are the ultimate weeb. You are an elf who went, fuck elven culture, fuck Drow culture. I'm going to go join the superior weeb culture. And I'm like, you are truly a fucking weeb. I love you.
That's literally like, sorry.
You go ahead, say something. I'm cool.
That's literally like, well, admittedly, I have ADHD, autism, and that tends to make my interest in playing wax and wane, like I was discussing with Bruce earlier. But there is a character I'm confident I could play for a little while, and I absolutely want to. He is a video game character, but honestly, Borderlands is practically an anime anyway.
Right?
Yeah, that's
I want to.
game.
Which Borderlands character?
Number 3, Vaughn.
Okay. Vaughn?
Hear my abs and weep.
Oh my
Just
god.
run around
Vaughn.
in my underwear and a cape.
God. Vaughn. Okay, of every NPC that someone has to fight for me, you had to choose Vaughn. Okay.
Yes.
One moment. I got now.
I have merch for this.
Now, see, this is the mug I've got to tell you who I like. Who I like when it comes to Borderlands. And if you don't, where is it? One moment. 1 second. Gotta unbury it. So I have the board game.
Nice. Well, if I really had my choice, it would actually be Claptrap. But I'm pretty sure out of those 2 characters, people will be, after doing their research, people are like, okay, Vaughn, don't come anywhere near me with that fucking annoying ass robot.
Yeah, I have Borderlands.
Everyone loves this thing.
Oh, the Carnivora is awesome.
I know. I got that Assasaurus.
How long do I got to play? How long do I have to go through on Borderlands 2 to get rid of Claptrap? Because
you never get rid of him. He's there forever.
At this point, Claptrap is going to be part of the game, part of the series for the rest of eternity, and he is my favorite character to play in the pre-sequel. His ability is so random. I love it.
God, you're that guy.
Yes, I am.
God. You remind me of my ex-roommate who's like, I'm going to play Claptrap.
Claptrap balls. Claptrap or nobody. I pick my new character, either Claptrap or Claptrap.
Come on, I'm sorry. I played Nisha. I played a lot of Nisha in the pre-sequel because Gunslinger is the best goddamn fucking class.
Oh, it is a good class. I actually convinced my buddy and I did a playthrough where I played the Gladiator. He actually played the Gunslinger. Yeah. And then I convinced him to do a playthrough where we were both Claptrap.
Okay. Do you have it on PC?
No, but I need to get a good PC, and then I intend to, because one of the things I wanted to do was stream certain games to my channel, but I need a good PC for that.
Well, I would recommend Sam's or Costco right now has a fuck ton of really good PCs for cheap.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying like great PCs, but like they have a 3060 Ti in one, they got a 4060 Ti in another, and I think you're paying like $1,500.
Okay.
You don't need that much of a fucking video card for that game. Maybe 6 gigs or 4 gigs. I had a 4 gig in my 980, or on 4 gig 980M in my laptop. If that thing could keep the fucking power connection going, it'd be fine. I just got to get it fixed. Yeah, that's the only thing.
I will be really honest. If I got people who will play on PC who will play Borderlands, I will fucking boot that game up and go, get on a Skype call or a Discord call, and then just bitch and laugh my way through. I don't care which game we're playing. 2, pre-sequel, 3. I might be a little hesitant on Tiny Tina's, but hell, I'll still do a Tiny Tina's Chaos run. Like, I don't care. I'll start a new character and we'll just run through. I'll play Zane because Zane is the best character from 3, and I don't care. Zane's awesome.
Why are you Why are you so against Tiny Tina's Adventures? I gotta ask.
It's such a weird ass game. It's just
Bruce.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kai, but I gotta say this. Take the Borderlands universe, add peyote, mushrooms, acid, and then D&D, and some sort of that's what I was gonna say, and Romulan liquor, Romulan ale.
It's great. Honestly, I love the game, but its balancing is weird at times, and certain NPCs I just go, ugh. But beyond
I have
that,
not played it yet, but I've seen enough to know that much.
Oh, I don't want to, if you haven't played it, I don't want to spoil it. The game is actually fun. The gameplay is actually interesting. There's not enough variation in the guns for gun. I guess as a Borderlands player, I want to have a lot of variations in the guns.
Oh yeah, and they really spoiled you in 3 for that.
I know. And the gunplay is not as good. And also, trying to do chaos runs, the maps aren't as interesting and as varied as they should be. And they just didn't put out enough DLC for it. But it's fun if you don't mind running through the same 12 maps over and over. And after a while, you get really down to, okay, this is the random boss who's going to be at this area. This is how they're going to act. This is what's going to happen. Okay, this is going to be 3 waves of this. Then we get to go on to the next stage. Okay, we're in this map. Okay, run here. This is where the hidden levers. Okay, hold them off long enough so that way we can run around and shoot the buttons so we can get the extra bonus loot. It fell into being too predictable. Meanwhile, I kind of like the bigger scale of the earlier games, and I kind of farmed the fuck out of the warrior, or you farm the fuck out of certain bosses, and at that point, it's still the same. But the thing here is that the run up to Hero's Peak is a fun encounter, and then you fucking cheese whiz this shit out of Warrior. I mean, but the thing is that it still a fun run getting to it, and it was worth it. I enjoyed it immensely. I can still play 2 religiously, as in almost everyone. If I got a player, if I'm with at least another player, I can enjoy it playing Zero sucks by himself. Everybody's fun. I play the girlfriend class. Yeah, Necromancer is awesome. I mean, but the characters and personality are amazing. 3 grates on me a little bit because I hate the villains. I really hate the twins.
Oh yeah. And they're not even the love to hate type. They're just straight up. These are the most annoying people. Ugh.
Right. The problem here is that those 2 are following after probably the best villain in gaming.
True. Handsome Jack was.
Handsome Jack. The first game didn't really have a good villain. Yeah, it's just kind of, oh no, it's the Atlas Corporation. Oh, we got fucking blah 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 blah.
I honestly, sorry.
Go ahead.
I honestly kind of felt that Pandora was supposed to be the villain in the first game.
Right, and it was the first vault, and they're like, okay, cool, vault's bad, scary things, and then corporations are causing problems, and yeah, yay, and playing the DLC, which you encounter the world's most depressed general, who I love. Oh my god, he's hilarious! Like, just kill me. Oh my god, my boss wrote me orders in macaroni. Because that quote will sit with me forever. Like my boss is a 5-year-old. He sent me orders in written in macaroni, and he's just sitting here going, "I just kill." And like the final fight versus him is just like, "I want you to kill me. I'm going to fight you, but please kill me."
And then the claptraps resurrect him.
Oh my god, that's so terrible. And then it's like, and it gave you the claptrap revolution, which was hilarious, which explains why they're all why almost all of them are crushed in the after the pre-sequel, and why claptrap's so glorious in the last one. I want to fix that. I want to finish what it's like. I almost want to have that Kylo Ren looking at, like Handsome Jack's mask and going, "I will finish what you started," and look over at Claptrap. And I'm going to end the Claptrap line now and start shooting at him. My roommate always wondered why. It's like I would just like start the game up and then just start shooting Claptrap. And like the first 2 minutes of the game, it's like, "What are you doing? Just getting it out of my system now, so that way I can finish hating him for the rest of the game." I mean,
I can see why people hate him. I don't know what it is for him. I clung on to him the first time I seen him.
Now the thing here is that I got to see a guy who actually had a Claptrap toy that actually rolled around. It was mono-wheeled Claptrap that ran around and was Claptrap. It was radio controlled. He controlled it, and it was hilarious and it's like he had it set up, and like everyone was just walking right by it, going, whatever. And then I like walked by and stopped immediately and went, "Holy shit, it's a Claptrap!" And he's like, "Oh, you know what it is?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's a Claptrap. What the hell's it doing out here?" And then he's like, "Hold on a second." He took it off the base, put it down, and it had a little gyroscope in, so that way it wouldn't fall down. It just rolled around, and it just wobbled about, and they just drove it around, and then it rolled up to me, and I'm like, that's so cool. And then what made it worse was he had it follow me around for the rest of the the next 15 minutes when I was going to all the other exhibits at the little fair. The little Claptrap was just following me around. And I would just turn around and look at him, and then because he had a button that would say certain catchphrases, and then he'd be like, "Hi there, minion," and I'm like, "No," and then I could hear laughter. I could hear laughter from the other side of the room as as he hits whenever I would look at it, and he'd go, "Hi there, minion," and then I just like, "Go away," and he's just laughing because this is probably what real people on Pandora are looking like when they see a Claptrap, and I understand. Like, I understand how much fun they are, but man, I hate him. I really fucking hate him. But I do have too many of them. I don't know which box he's hiding in, but I do have more Claptraps than I really know what to do with, because I put them in the hero box. But I have like all these little fucking Claptraps. Just so many Claptraps. So many. The game came with every Claptrap you could ever freaking want. It's like they included. I bought into the damn fucking Kickstarter, and they're like, "Oh, do you want the Robo Revolution Claptrap assault pack? So that way, if you want to be able to fight Claptraps all day long, you could fight Claptraps." And this is the actual Claptrap. So in case you're actually going to use him as a hero, there's your Claptrap hero. But this whole box, got Iron Bear in it, so that way in case you want to actually run it, all the freaking all the Vault Hunters, even if they're playable, I've got one of all of them, including one Handsome Jack. And yeah, I got all the villains and all the major characters, which if I ever want to play a D&D character, I'm like, "Oh, cool, I want to actually play a character who's interesting." I got the option to play them. I don't know why. What?
Have you ever played the expansion for Borderlands 3, the Handsome Jack expansion?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
But as soon as you said there's only one Claptrap left, it's like, well, technically there's one Claptrap personality. Well, two Claptraps left. One's just a personality and a trapped sitting in between two gears.
I am okay with that. Miserable or look, if I can't have them dead, I want them miserable. Like I said,
I'm pretty sure. Sorry.
Handsome Jack was fucking right. Just kill him. But I said this is a fun board game, but it's one of those games where I'm never going to play it because outside of like two people are in my area, I have nobody else who would be like, "Oh, I love Borderlands as much as you do," and I'm like, "I do."
Oh man,
I'm pretty sure if you were in my area, we could probably get a game of Borderlands in. But right now,
yeah.
I bought it. I bought it because I wanted to have a pile of Vault Hunters as D&D miniatures. I paid way too much money to have a bunch of D&D miniatures. That's really it. Also, a bunch of new use stations and vending machines because I like the idea. Like someday I'll get around to painting all my vending machines up as their actual machines because I have 3, so I can have the guns, ammo, and healing stations set up.
Nice.
And someday, if I ever I run tabletop with miniatures. If I ever start setting up putting the vending machines down, shit's gonna be like it's no longer going to be a fun game. It's no longer going to be a fun role playing game. It's going to be a fun role playing game. Why? And someone's gonna go, "Do you see what that is? Yeah, that's a new use station." Oh no. Yeah, that's a new use station. And at which point, only one person on the table will go, "Oh, fuck. I know what that is. He's going to kill us. He's going to kill us a lot." Why? There's a vending station and a new use station. We're fucked. Yes.
That's literally like I'm not going to spoil exactly what's going to happen, but I know for a fact if I can do the Christmas thing next year, I have a story, a certain spot in the story where Yukai will go, "Oh fuck, we're all dead."
Never doubt. I never doubt that. I'll probably enjoy it then if I can see it coming. Gentlemen, claptrap for those snazzy dinner parties. God, I really want to play some Borderlands again. I have them all installed right now, so if I wanted to play any of the Borderlands, I can just go, which one do I want to boot up? How badly do I want to kill things? I have one character where I farmed so many fucking useless tokens. So many useless fucking tokens, and I have all the fucking weirdo guns. Oh well.
Yeah, I don't know how to farm tokens. I haven't played it that much, but on Borderlands 3, I'll admit I farm weapons hardcore because I will go through.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I finished the game, and this is done with all but one character, all but Zane. You love Zane, and Zane is the perfect character for someone else to play for me because Zane just doesn't excite me like Mose. Mose is my favorite character.
Mose is amazing, but the thing here is that the people I always played with, there's one it's cool having all 4 people running Mose because at that point it's just Iron Bears all day long.
Yeah.
It's just an endless pile of Iron Bear, and that's kind of cool. But I liked Zane's ability to just throw destructions out, his clones out, and then being able to do fun tricks. Like but like I said, I'm also somebody who really liked playing Nisha in the pre-sequel, and she was she's oh my god, if you give her the right fucking revolver, holy shit. Like we got to okay, so my idiot roommate I mean, he's a damn good player, good guy. He liked playing Athena, which was the gladiator, or he was always playing as Claptrap. And I'm sitting here going, I want to trigger at least some, because he's like, I play it more than you, and I'm like, fuck you. So he's running ahead, so he's getting all the context, new room vocal context. I'm like, I want to hear some of the dialogue for some of my characters. No, I'm leading the way. I'm like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and just but like we got to the end boss for the pre-sequel, and he's like, okay, it's gonna be a really, really hard fight, and I'm like, okay. I had built myself out as the Jacob's revolver specialized fan the hammer fucking bullshit, just blam 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 blam, and he watched the health bar of the final boss, just go from full to empty ridiculously quick. He goes, what the fuck was that? This is Nisha. This is Nisha's doing her in her element, doing it right. I'm playing the fucking goddamn Pistolier, and he's like, this was supposed to be a hard fight. This was let's do these cool sequences and maneuvering, and all you're doing is just literally running around in circles, just fanning the hammer until it's dead. I'm like, I'm sorry, it's just what I do. And the thing is, and that's really what Zane's like. And Zane's a very similar character to that. He's a very a very finesse character, and I love it. And I love that character for it, just for his just smarmy, just sarcastic. He's just a great character.
Oh yeah, I will. I've played Zane enough. I've got 3/4 of the way through the game, so I've seen him. Yeah, I do find him funny. My favorites. No, I've actually played the game a couple times with him. I just haven't maxed out his level yet. I've maxed out the other 3. That's how much I play Borderlands 3.
Yeah,
and I've played each of them multiple times through, and I actually have Mo's on Mayhem Mode 4 right now, because because I always go for the Mayhem mode that has loot explosion, just so I can farm guns. And I've gotten some of the most bizarre, unplayable legendary weapons. It's this is for someone who literally just wants to have chaos, no other reason. This will not kill anything, but God, it does weird ass shit.
That's the fucking best way to play. Honestly, it's like playing Necromancer until you got max chaos, and then just watching the entire universe explode into fucking shit all day long. And God, I miss playing. I miss having my friends around who could play that game, because it was just so dumb. But I loved every second of it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they that actually is one of the things I say they missed the mark on 3. They made it just a little too serious.
Yeah. Okay. Farming the shit out of Son of Cromarax. That's the best thing. That Borderlands 2 fucking right there. Son of Cromarax. And getting way too many fucking bullshit tokens off that fucker. And I love just that. God, it was such a complete and total bullshit. But the thing was I used to have a crew of four retards, 3 other retards who just ran around and played this game. I don't have that. I don't have that anymore. But I still every once in a while get to go out and play the game. But the thing is that I guess I know what I'm doing, and I enjoy it. This is I know all I'm doing is running around with a fire hose, and then I put fire hose on target, pull trigger until fire hose of bullets makes bad guy go away. And I don't need to play Diablo, because I have Diablo with guns and humor, and I have it in multiple flavors of guns. I have 1, 2, pre-sequel, 3, Tiny Tina. So I have 5 flavors of Diablo with guns. I don't need it. I don't need to do Diablo with guns. But because I also have all of this, I have it out of my system I don't need to play an MMO anymore because I can just run up. And when I play tabletop, because I already have enough games which involve put crosshairs on target, pull trigger till fire hose of damage makes bad guy go away, and that's unfortunately what most of our role playing games are that are hit point based. It's apply sword to the forehead until bad guy goes away. There's no real there's no real finesse. There's no danger to well, there's danger because they hit you for lots of damage. You fall over, but you have to hit. But you have to hit them lots of times until they pull a bullshit move on you, and it's just literally hit the sack until it falls over, and I'm like, I guess I got my fill of that by playing video games. When I'm on tabletop, I kind of want to have a bit more finesse, style, elegance. I want to have a bit more back and forth. I want to do more than circle strafe to the right, jump platforms, keep target and keep bullets on target. Okay, hit the AC enough times for the boss to go away. And
as a guy that plays, I haven't played Quake in a week, which is kind of unusual. You play Borderlands. Bruce will fire up Quake Iron Whale, download a custom map, and just go to town. Or I'll load up just the first episode of Quake, put it on Nightmare, and go to town.
Oh yeah.
That's fun for Bruce, but I haven't played Quake in about a week, like I said. And I've just been kind of having fun with Dwarf Fortress, watching dwarves die. Dying is fun.
Dying is fun.
That's kind of the thing, not TPK is fun. TPK for no reason. TPK because you couldn't get the DPS up. Just not that. Never that.
Nope.
But
nope.
Give me fun story, and I'm willing to accept a lesson. The story that my dwarves, they just didn't produce enough food, and they were pissed off because I didn't give them enough plump helmets to farm.
Sorry, I'm laughing because that just sounds about right for that game, and I love it.
You need plump helmets. If you find a cave with no plump helmets, find another cave. Get another cave. Make a garden for plump helmets. That's all that's supposed to be there is plump helmets, because that's their jam. And make sure that they have mugs or drinking containers.
Because if they don't, they're angry.
They're angry, yeah. And dwarves can be angry and play the game longer than you. So drinking vessels are a requirement. And then eventually you need, for your head foreman, he needs an office. I recommend an office with a bed. With his bed.
I make a small room for him far off in a corner, away from everyone else. Mm-hmm. So that way he can be sad in his own little room.
In his own room. Yeah.
Is he the boss? Yes. It's such a good game.
Perfect game of all time, in my opinion. The reason why I say that is that it's not really a good game, but the owner of the guy that started it back in 2002?
Yeah.
His brother is still working on it in 2023.
Yeah.
Quake 1 does not have that. They do not have John Carmack. John Carmack and John Romero have moved on. They've got new engines they've got to sell you. These two fuckers, they're just like, we're going to do a cosmetic upgrade, and we're going to continue to upgrade the base game for free at no charge. So if you want to just do ASCII game, you can have ASCII game. But we're going to make a pretty game for the normies and convert the normies into the regular ASCII game too, which happens to everyone.
Now the other thing about I will occasionally boot up a nice round of Unreal 2K Unreal Tournament 2K3 for when I have my my arena shoot, like my shooters. I like when I just need to go out there and kill some random dudes.
Mhm.
On arena, I'll load up Unreal Tournament 2K3 because that's the game I want to play. Like that's my version of Quake, and because like I want a flat gun, I want to run somebody with a flat gun and blow their heads up and watch guinea bits go flying all over the place. And
What's your favorite gun? Is it the flak?
it's a flat gun.
Okay, I'm a gooper.
Yeah.
I like
Occasionally the pulse rifle, like that fucking the fucking energy rifle that just
rifle.
shoots the ball, and then you shoot the ball, and then it explodes for maximum uber damage. Like yes. And I will often play on that.
Sorry.
On that wonderful idiot spaceship map that the ship's in a big giant U, multiple decks, but that has that low G, the low G twin prongs bow that you can jump.
ISDV deck 16.
Yes, where you just float back and forth from between fucking pylons.
Yeah.
Sniping. Whoever comes the fuck out those two damn doors, you just jump, and everybody comes out around, but nobody looks for the void in between the two prongs. That's where you're floating, and you're like, whoop, sploosh, whoop, sploosh. I got taught that trick by one of my friends who was really damn good at LAN parties. He's just sitting out there floating back and forth, and then blowing everybody's heads off as soon as they walked out out those two doors, and he just fucking snipe us all, and like fuck you, and Matt would just sit there laughing his ass off because he's just sitting there going yep, and so therefore I practiced that trick a lot so I could figure out so I could be a fraction of how good he was at 20 something years ago when he was the one doing all that fucking shit to us. Whoop, whoop. Just god damn it. And playing Two Towers. I'm fucking god. Oh fuck. Two fucking towers just sit there and that bullshit figure eight. What's that?
Facing Worlds.
Facing Worlds, right. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've seen the map names. I just play, and I was like, "Oh my god, that figure eight, the death thing," and it would always be, "Hey, you just want to load up, the two of us on one side and like 16 bots on the other." Like, yes, time to get some stress out.
That's a fair match.
Yeah,
We'll
two
take
bots
sniper rifles and we'll give them 16 bots. Sure, they will never hit the midpoint on the in between the two towers. That's it.
But the thing is that it's a great stress relief. Did you have a shit fucking day? Hell yeah, I did. Fuck it, load it up, and just start fucking blasting. And then periodically go crawl down into that one little spot so you can get the gigantic death rocket, and it just boom, and just guide that fucker in and watch it blow up entire things. And you're like, that felt good. You feel good? I felt good. We're gonna play a different game now? Yeah. All right. And go off and go do something else. But there was always that one game that was just lingering there going, you want to get a round or two in? Yeah. All right.
See, that's your thing. And whenever I need to watch lots of things die, I just pop in what is that? Dawn of War 8-player
Yes.
game. Bots. There we go. There's stress relief.
Oh god, yeah. Dawn of
Either of
War's
you played Dead Space? Sorry.
Say again?
I asked if either of you
not-
played Dead Space.
No, I did not play Dead Space. I should, but I guess I never really got into that game. I should have, but enough of my friends liked it. But I don't know. It didn't scream out to me out that I needed to play it.
That's my
absolutely
It's
love
good.
it.
space. I tried playing what's the Capcom zombie game where it's back in the Xbox 360 days, and the guy has an upraised television in his hands.
I know which
the,
one you're talking about, but
the one where we're in a mall.
Yeah, part of it is in a mall, and then like everything is a weapon.
Yeah, I didn't play that one.
Dead Space isn't so much a zombie game. Yes, you have undead in it, but the undead are much more clever and threatening than your average zombie. This
You
would
also
be
have that
basically
really,
sorry.
you also have that really cool gun that allows you to cut people into squares and
Oh yeah,
odd shapes.
but I would equate if you want to like go for zombie name, a zombie aesthetic type thing. Dead Space has generation 2, 3, and even 4 zombies.
Okay.
No generation
Uh,
ones.
I really enjoy Ravenholm in the Half-Life 2 game because you get to experiment with fire for the first time there.
Yes.
Lots and lots of fire. And then the zombies react pretty appropriately, or the head crab characters react very appropriately. And that's the only zombie game I really played a lot, was that part of Half-Life 2. I thought that was pretty amazing. Like they did the zombie genre right. It was just long enough to where you could get a few licks in, and then by the time it was over, you were kind of feeling like, okay, I need to retreat and regroup, and then I'll maybe come back here. And I never did.
God, what was that? What's the more recent one? Kind of.
Yeah.
God, was library. I'm trying to think of a game God, what weird ass game was I playing recently that kind of fits that? God damn it!
Dead
Yeah,
right.
Dark. Well, 40K Dark Tide is also pretty much Left 4 Dead, but done right. I don't want to say done right, but done not crap.
Done better, at least.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was definitely done better.
Dead Space gets really dark in a couple places. Like they actually have they convert baby fetuses into living turrets. The marker, the thing that's creating all the undead.
Nice.
Yeah, I said it does horror really well, but I guess I'm when I'm playing a game, I'm not actually I'm not in the I'm going to play horror for horror sake. I know I should be, be like, oh, I love horror. I do love horror, but I'm not out of my way looking to hunt down a chance to go play a horror game as a video game. I'm just more going like I'm more of the actiony. I'm like Dark Tide, where I'm wandering through the forces of chaos with a chainsaw in my hand, kind of fun, or Left 4 Dead levels of Bill's Pills here.
Yeah, I don't play it because it's a horror game. I mostly play games most for their story, and Dead Space has, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, a really good story.
Yeah, it
Dead
does.
Space 3 kind of I'm not going to give you spoilers, but it kind of falls a little flat to how everything goes. If you ask me, it's like, well, that works, but it doesn't work.
Right. And before I got a chance to play Dead Space 3 or even any of the Dead Space games, because for a long time I didn't have a computer that could run the game, and by the time I had a computer to run one, Dead Space 3 had happened, and I watched all my friends who were talking about how awesome the game is, going, Dead Space 3 is crap, don't play. And I'm like, okay, not investing. And
it's still got good gameplay and still a good story. It's just the way they play off how things are supposed to go does. Like I said, it works, but it doesn't.
Microtransactions everywhere.
Oh yeah, those two, but I ignored those.
Well, yeah, when well, is that an Ubisoft game? Or was that Konami?
Dead Space? Dead Space?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's EA.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
have to say the best part about Dead Space 3 is the Devil's Fingers, or is what I think it's called, or something like that. It's a foam rock sign.
Yeah.
And it's a one-shot weapon. You imaginary, you just go pow pow pew pew, and it's everything is instantly ripped apart.
Interesting.
But you have to defeat the game on the hardest difficulty to unlock that. That tells you how much Dead Space I've played.
Okay, I'm out. I don't have the reflexes I had in my youth to be able to play action games like that anymore. So,
Well, first time I got it, I was still in my teenage years. So, well, no, I was still in my early 20s. I haven't played it that difficulty in years.
Okay. Ooh, what?
Oh no, I'm just thinking about all the games I haven't played for over 20 years. There's quite a list there. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my problem really just comes down to is like, hey, are you as good as you used to be? No, I know better. I'm not going to claim I'm like, anywhere as good as I used to be. Now it's like, oh no, I know how to do it. Can you? No. There's a reason why I play a lot of Minecraft these days. Why?
Yeah.
Because that's about all my hands can let me play anymore. So that's why you play Factorio and Satisfactory so much. Yeah, no skill required. Just play, just brains, and a malfunctioning hand.
A game I would love to have a crack at when I was playing as a kid would be Donkey Kong 64. I never finished that game.
I never had an ST4, so I have no idea what the appeal of that game is.
64, actually.
Right. I said I never had a Nintendo 64. So
I didn't hear. I heard PS4. Sorry.
No, I never had it. My last console was a PS2, so and I was an early adopter of the PS1, and then I had a friend who went, "Behold, the PC," and from that point forward, all my money goes to the PC god, and I periodically have it bitch slap me and go, pathetic fool, you have not upgraded your machine in the last 3 years. Do you want to play anything? I would like to play games. Then spend your monies. I shall spend my monies, and then new console arrives. For $600, you can have this nice new console. And I'm like, or I could have a nice shiny new video card, or I could buy some new RAM. I need a new hard drive. Meanwhile, it's like, but all the good games are on console. I understand this, but I'm not a peasant. I don't play peasant machines.
I will say all the good games are on console. There's a few PC exclusive games I would like to play. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
really all the really good like all the flagship shooters are almost always exclusively initial release on for a couple generations now. It's like do you I want to say it's like, oh hi, I love my consoles, and then it's like I watch my friends who still bought consoles like, look at all these cool games, and here's me. I would like cool games. No. Oh, I get a shitty port. That's all I get. But then I get, but then I laugh. I laugh like a complete total bastard and go, yeah, but I get good MMOs. And they're like, oh, you get the cool shooters. I get a spaceship that gets to go fly around the universe. Fuck you. Oh.
Yeah, I've played a couple games that were started off PC, converted to Xbox, and it's like, yeah, these like excellent. I don't know if you'd be interested in playing it, but excellent example is Space Engineers. God, there
I
are
have
so
that
many
too.
things as Space Engineers, and it just I can play it, but I can tell from watching people online to me, it did not translate over to a controller very well.
No. Talk to Baron. Baron plays that game on a level fucking just beyond where most of us play. So he's like, "Oh, we play a hard. We have a we play modded hardcore. You know, only one life." And I'm like, "Holy shit! That game on only one life? Yeah. Oh, how? Oh,
That would
that's how we play." And I'm like,
that would have sucked
"Ah."
for me because, sorry,
No.
Get
You're
out.
you're probably about to say
Well,
what I'm about to say. So yeah.
that would have sucked for me because I literally, not knowing exactly how things worked, I forgot about if you turn off your thrusters, you don't stop, and just
Right.
careened into the side of an asteroid and killed myself within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. Like I said, fun game, crazy game. But like I said, Baron plays that game far more than I do, and he's good at it. His group of friends are good at it, and I just kind of look at it and go, man, I would love to play the game like they do, but I don't. But then again, I'm lazy, and like I won't lie, I'm lazy. I build slow. My hobby is to literally do a set. Like, what do you do in Minecraft all day? I garden. I set out and build bigger gardens. But you're playing a mod pack that has 10,000 things in it. I know. Why do you play it? Because it's got a really good farming mod. Wait, that's all you play this game for? To farm? Yeah. I like being able to look over my fields of fucks that I have planted. And
I can't seem to download mods for my Xbox, or at least I can't find the one that I really want, which is build and repair mod. Oh, can I be heard?
Oh, Baron, but you told me about that mod pack that on that one server you were on that like totally awesome that had, and you said, yeah, we played with only one life, and I'm like, oh. And nowhere.
Sorry about Butcher Mod for Minecraft.
Yeah, there's a mod pack that Baron got me on too, and it's a fun one. I love it. They added a whole bunch of really cool things with the most recent update, but they took away the ability to butcher cows and llama. I was slightly sad because now my room that looks like a horror scene with skinned carcasses all over the place is no longer a room full of horrors. And I mean, it's like I'm pretty sure I had a room that there's a room that I had set up that looks like where you would fight the Predator and Predator 2 in.
Nice.
Because it's like all it is just hanging carcasses off hooks everywhere, and it's like, what is this room? I literally just kill cows and just breed cows, kill cows, throw skin cow and sheep carcasses on the, and every time I kill a fucking traitor, I hate that fucking traitor. That one, that little fucker fucker with the two llamas everywhere. Oh, I fucking hate him so hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, something I was going to talk about a little bit. A mod you should probably look into, Kai. I think it's still called a build and repair mod, but basically it gives you the ability to put nanites into your game, in which case you just put down the base of the block and it builds everything for you.
Where's the fun in that? There's a lot of fun in that.
You know what we're looking forward to, guys? We're going to look forward to the day that Kai uploads his live play of Dwarf Fortress in.
Oh my god, it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be like this monstrous cosmic doom monstrosity that I've burrowed out. It's dead, except for like 3 dwarves who are like hiding in a hole somewhere. And me trying to coax them out of the hole so they can continue mining my dream fortress. Come on. I'll get you a kitty cat, and here's some beer. Go dig more holes.
I love that game. That game it's not perfect, but it's great.
It doesn't have to be perfect. That's what makes it appealing.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want it. I never want that game to be done. I never want that game to be done. I just want it to be playable forever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's playable.
No, Baron, I did not know that.
Mod Force Twitch. Okay. I hate to say this. I was sitting down there for a bit, and I realized like my eyelids were getting heavy. I'm like, I've got to get up. So I had to get up. I peed, washed my hands, and now I'm like, okay, am I good to go for a while? I hope so.
I think we've hit 4 hours. We've hit our mandatory
4-hour stream. If you
mandatory 4-hour stream. We always look. My goal is to be talking for 4 hours. I only talked for about 2 of this, but that's okay. And boy, did I blow!
What would be a good day to start putting this together?
Which button? Oh, that thing. The legally different enough Tiamat?
What would be a good stream for us to start working on this? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, but I want to see it done. That's
This is
too bad you're busy DMing on Saturday when you're GMing or DMing whatever, because that'd be perfect to put together during one of the other campaigns, the one that I'm not in, to really intimidate the players. Like, is he putting that together to like for the future, or is he just doing that to mess with us?
I think it'll be on Thursdays. We'll start doing this on Thursdays from now on, because this is enough to where it'll be enough to where I can hear Connell shit himself.
yes.
Legally different Tiamat is the way I will now address this wonderful monstrosity. And I do like the flavor text on here. He was a dragon destroying forests before elves were born and all that shit. This is perfect. It is.
Like I said, legally distinct, not Tiamat.
Yeah, I gotta take
Fuck
a
you,
dragon. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I
gotta see about getting a decently sized, not too small, not too big, so decently sized miniature of a dragon. Because this last year I sent up a couple. There's a white elephant. I personally can't go because I have issues with large crowds. My grandma's house, and there's a lot of people there during Christmas. So I sent up a couple of presents, including a couple of miniatures. My grandmother, as soon as she found out there was miniatures, are there dragons? So I got to. I don't have to, but I'm going to get a dragon and a couple of dragon miniatures, depending on their size, and send those up for the next white elephant next Christmas.
Looking forward to that. So anyway, next Thursday, don't know if you can see this or not. Crafting memorable adventures, a guide to GMing beyond railroading. Or like, I guess this is the horse we're going to kick for a while.
Woo!
I'm looking forward to it.
I am too.
I shouldn't be, but I am. I want Connell to get great. I would love it if he became a much better GM than I ever could be. And I think he has the capacity for it. But like right now he needs to, I don't know, just like read a lot of books. That'd be a start.
Best I could tell from the way he talks, his comfort zones are or his main comfort zone is pre-written adventure. So it's like, dude, you need to start making more of your own.
Yeah, don't even have to make your own. Just kind of like have a situation and have some bullet points, and then just go from there. Because that's what I did.
Yeah.
Happy
Like-
New Year to you.
For those of you on the
Yeah, it is
Super
New Year's Eve.
side,
It is.
Happy New Year's Eve, y'all. Happy New Year's Eve, awesome one.
Look, you gotta remember, we're all poor gamers, so we're not gonna get the $6 million game GM here. We get like $1.50 and a Bud Light can down here. That's all. That's our budget. We gotta work
be
with.
Bud Light? Can it be PBR? Why has nobody ever loved PBR? Am I the only GM that loves PBR?
Well, I don't love PBR, but it's my usual go-to beer.
Really?
Look. Here's the thing. Past Blue Ribbon will just simply look. I will drink a Past Blue Ribbon. I just said we have a Bud Light can lying around.
Okay. Fair enough. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that was your go-to PBR. I rather surprised by this.
Well, we have a PBR factory in literally right next to town, so it's pretty cheap here.
I miss the days when we still had one in town.
They used to have one up in Peoria Heights where Kai is close to, and that was like the Central Illinois drink of choice. That and there was Falstaff was crafted in Springfield, Illinois, which not exactly a good high point in beer history if you know what Falstaff is. Have you ever drank a beer and had diarrhea? So yeah, that was
Oh, thankfully.
But Milwaukee's Beast is like that's what you drink when you're poor and you're trying to maintain a 2.0 GPA.
God, it's bad. We're trying to figure out what junk we've got to make our $5 man.
I don't know. I like PBR, and PBR is actually headquartered but not made in San Antonio.
Well, if we really want to get fancy, I currently have some Irish Scream.
I don't want you to die.
Salted caramel.
Salted caramel is delicious. I do love Bailey's. I'm not above saying the things that I enjoy. I do love a good Bailey's, and Bailey's has been good to me. I recognize.
I'll love it too, but I'm very careful when I drink it. Like, if I drink a bottle of that, it's usually for New Year's. Because I'll probably drink most, if not the entire bottle tomorrow, and that is a lot of fucking
do you
calories,
really
sugar, and other things to put in the system.
Do you really want to have all that for yourself tomorrow?
No one on the property besides me is going to drink it.
When he says nobody on the property, ... I always get the vision that like when you get to his house, you've driven through 2 block fences that say property of the United States government, do not trespass. No trespass. You know, I always get that feeling when you talk about that.
Well, it's not quite that bad, but I literally do live a mile off the paved road, and the driveway itself is incredibly easy to miss if you don't know what to look for.
This is funny. We moved into a duplex and lived off that till we could buy groceries. A can of it sat in the fridge for 3 years, and a friend of ours ended up drinking it. He shot himself. I believe it. I believe it because the yeast and the bioorganic culture that was in there, eventually it would metastasize into something that whenever you would start to sip on it, it would go immediately to your gut and say, "What can we move? Let's go." And that's what happens.
Oh, you were constipated. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. That was a house rule. Take the last beer, buy a new pack. So we just avoided it so we didn't have to go buy a new pack. I like that rule. I really do. I might have to institute that for my own fridge. My wife has her beers. I try not to drink Mexican water or tequila. Not tequila. I'll be right back. I can just go get the beer.
Right?
It's easier to go get the beer than to try to remember what it is.
And someday Kai will take flight because his it was right there. Then it all just farted right out my head as soon as I started talking.
It's okay.
I'm happy we got 4 hours in, man.
Hey, look, we used to get to this point and then realize like, what the hell are we doing again?
Yeah. Now, I'm going to sit this right here until she notices it, so it will get rather warm.
Oh no. Well, it's Mexican beer, so that's what it's supposed to be. Warm.
Yeah.
Miserable.
Beer is really just Americanized or North Americanized German beer. For those of you that do have Welsh friends, if you want to see them funny, give them tequila. If you've never seen them dance, give them tequila.
Unfortunately,
Put on some music.
I
Yeah.
only have one Welsh friend, and I don't know. I don't want to see. I don't want to see him drunk.
Mhm.
Because then the
One
stories will
Welsh.
get worse.
You know that almost sounds like I have a black friend, but I only have one Welsh friend. Like that. That's more of a minority than you in the black sphere.
I only have one Welsh friend, and he makes it quite clear he's Welsh.
I love it. I do. Tequila, yuck. Ah, another Welsh person. Welcome. Welcome to our
Never
happy
had
Vermont
tequila.
community. What?
You're not missing much.
It's the only thing I'm going to say about tequila is that if you do want to have a shot of something a day and you don't want it to drag, if you don't want to get dragged by alcohol, have tequila. Out of all the alcohol in the world, it is the only alcohol that is an upper. All the other alcohols will take you down.
Oh, that
Yes.
explains my mother.
Tequila will bring you to a new height. It'll tell you stupid things like we can dance now, or you should turn that music up. It's got a good beat and we can jive to it.
Yup.
This is a great song. Remember that girl that used to yell in the middle of the song, sing? It's the dance. Yeah, mezcal is great too. Yeah, Travis is like, I love tequila. I don't know. I can see Travis getting drunk as shit off tequila. Wow, that makes too much sense there. I'm sorry, Travis.
One of my ex roommates was pretty much, I lived on that shit. And I'm just like, yep.
I don't see many people drink mezcal, although I know it's sold because every time I go to the liquor store, like Friday, like half the shelf is gone. Just completely gone. And I can believe this really way too easy. My brothers-in-laws came to the United States and bought a diesel can full of homemade mezcal. Oh, God. That just Google mezcal if you don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah. No, tequila was a drink that was just, it flowed a lot. And I just got used to it. Like, yep, this is what's, the fun's starting. Why? The tequila's coming out. And then I know I'm going to be picking somebody off the floor before the other night.
Whenever I would drink garbage silver tequila, I would end up on the floor. I don't know what happened. I don't know what it was, but like either an ankle would be like, this is too much weight, we're going down, or something. But gold tequila, no problem. Silver tequila, problem. But Patron silver, problem.
Though I will have to say, of all my most of my stories that involve dragging somebody out the floor usually involve tequila. Though the story that involved watching somebody destroy their computer was a schnapps story. We were having a big giant LAN party. A bunch of us were all over at a friend's house. One of the guys showed up late. He had just broken up with his girlfriend, and then he went hard on the schnapps. Fucking just bad. Like the rest of us were all having fun drinking, various forms of rum or whiskey or scotch, and he's just comes in, fucking just hammering that schnapps, and he's crying, and we're all having fun because we're it's the early 2000s, and we're all in the middle of playing Battlefield 1942. Desert Combat mod, which would eventually become Battlefield, the modern day Battlefield games, and we're all having fun, just doing stupid shit like trying to roll an aircraft carrier on the Okinawa map, and he's sitting here crying like a goddamn fucking bitch about he's all sad about the fact that his girl just broke up with him, and we're a bunch of guys, we're like, we don't give a fuck. We're here to shoot shit and talk and drink and talk. And he's getting all fucking sadder and sadder, and we just this is really a big LAN party. We kind of push him off into a side room and set his computer up there so that way he can cry. I'd cry by himself and play games with the rest of us. And then as we're getting drunk playing Halo 2, rules are drinking game. Every time you die, take a shot. And we were getting fucking trashed. And suddenly we hear smashing from the other room. And we're like, what the fuck's going on? And he's just beating the living shit out of his fucking tower. Just wailing on it. Breaks the video card, breaks the RAM. Oh, fuck, he just beats the living snot out of it. And we kind of drag him away from his computer, and he passes out shortly thereafter from this induced anger. And then when he wakes up, he's pissed off, like, who broke my computer? We're like, you did, motherfucker. You did. And yeah, so to this day, we kind of just sit there, and I go, no. Like, it's like he's still, for years he blamed us for why didn't you guys stop us? We're like, because none of us wanted to be in the room with you being a goddamn fucking pussy crying about your girlfriend. That's why none of us were in the room to stop you, because we didn't want to hear you fucking talking about your ex. We were just there to have fun, and we were getting drunk playing Halo. Sorry you destroyed your $2,000 computer because you hated the fact that you can't get any more pussy on anymore. Fuck you. You're done. And it's like, and of course this is the same guy who decided to paint my bathroom in schnapps one day because he's like, I'm gonna drink my brains out, and then proceeded to go, I'm feeling sick. You know where the bathroom is. Proceeds to pass out in my bathroom, misses the toilet, paints the entire bathroom in schnapps-induced vomit, which now smells like vomit and peppermint. He's sitting there face first in a vomit pile. With his pants around his ankles, just ass in the air. We're like, you know what? He's fine. We just close the door and go. Everybody uses the basement bathroom for the rest of the night. Why? He needs to wake himself up. And then he wakes up. He's like, why didn't anyone tell me I was sitting there with my ass in the air? We're like, nah, man. You gotta clean the bathroom. What? You You vomited all over the place. That's your problem, man. You missed. And he's like, God damn it. I'm like, you need to stop drinking German alcohol, please. The rest of us people who live here don't want to deal with you. You know that, right?
Best drinking story I have. I don't have anything as good as Kai, but best drinking story I have is when I was living in my parents' house, I had a couch bed. So my buddy and I would play video games in my room. We were playing a Borderlands drinking game, just like Kai was with the Halo. Every time we died, we took a shot. I was like, okay, dude, I really gotta piss. He's like, dude, hold on a second. It's like, all right, fine, fuck you. I paused the game. I didn't pause the game. I gave it my controller, said, here, you play for me. But instead of getting up, I am described, and I do kind of remember this to a degree, I melted off my bed onto the floor and then described literally as melting up.
That's kind of okay. That's kind of good. Hey, at least you're vomiting. I didn't peel the waterproof paint off my porch.
Oh God, no. Thankfully, no.
That's one of the girls at one of the parties that she decided that I'm sick, goes out there, vomits, and then the next morning we're cleaning shit up and going, why is the paint peeling off the concrete? God damn it! What do we paint this? And this is what happens when you're the one who runs the party, lives at the party house for everybody. Is cleaning up the mess afterwards. I miss those days, but I don't miss those days. I don't miss having days where I just have a blackout. Like, what happened? I don't know. I don't know. Alcohol. That's what happened. Lots of alcohol. That's why I don't drink anymore. Quality booze. Quality mixed drinks. Which we had a bartending friend, and she wouldn't tell us what's in the drink. She just passed them out that night, and nobody was in good shape the next morning, especially when we all drove out to Applebee's to have breakfast. When we all woke up at noon, and that was the longest 6 miles I've ever had in my life. Because the car, I felt every crack, bump, and divot on that entire road trip from the house to the Applebee's before it was torn down in East Peoria.
I'm pretty sure you felt the breeze from cars passing you.
Yeah. Just everybody except for the one person who was sober. Only because he drank tequila all night. He was fine. The rest of us drank mixed drinks, so it's an entire van full of people who are just leaning on each other, looking like we are the most dead zombies in the entire universe. It was the most greatest thing ever, because like everyone's just like going, please dodge the potholes. He goes, I am. They're like, please stop swerving. I thought you said ask me to dodge potholes. Just shut the fuck up and drive. And he's like, and we're like, oh, fuck.
Be glad he didn't have gas.
I know. None of us. I don't think any of us would have noticed and or cared at that point. We were all zombies. And it was a nice day, and we all had fun. And I miss those days, but because there's a period of my life where I fell off the map, where nobody knew where I was, nobody could find, no one. If you weren't part of my gaming group party circle, you didn't know where I was not on the internet. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't do anything. If I didn't work with you and you didn't know where I was, I didn't exist. Which I had some great role-playing games, but it was like a 3-year period where I didn't exist. So when I got back on the internet finally and, reestablished contact with the real world, it was like this weird new like, hey, I'm back. I'm back. And that was the point when I realized, oh, fuck, what did I do for 3 years? And started to reintegrate myself into the real world, where I'm glad some people had my number, had my email address, had my Steam account information, and had ways of contacting me, because I had to rebuild all my friendships, that, all my digital friendships. It's like I went from being a ghost back to being part of the digital world again. And I'm glad I still had Bruce's information. So when Bruce tried to reestablish contact with me, it was like this wonderful place of, oh, hi, friend from my past. I'm glad I could meet you again. I'm a better person now. I'm not a raging alcoholic. It's great.
See, I didn't recognize the quote unquote the alcoholism that you had. If you did, whenever we met the first time, I didn't see that.
Yeah, you missed most of that. Yeah, I'm over that. I'm past that now.
Okay.
And like, there's a reason why now I have the tendency, I still have the desire, but it's why I avoid alcohol like so much, because I know how easy it is to start drinking again and then just keep drinking. Because I was at a recent wedding reception, and Carmen didn't know. Carmen didn't know about how I was like, and of course it was open bar. I'm like, oh no. Started drinking, and the bad part was the father of the bride, whenever he noticed that my drink was empty, he just walked by and changed my drink out.
Okay.
I didn't realize how much I was drinking because my can was always full until I was on my fourth can, and they're all the tall cans. So I was like 4 pints in, and that's when I realized, oh shit, it's only been 30 minutes, and I'm 4 pints in. I gotta stop. I gotta stop now. I don't wanna, but I got to. But luckily, I had to drive 3 blocks back to my house, and I'm like, Carmen, I need to go. Why? I'm about to have a really bad day. We're going to excuse ourselves now. Why? I just drank 4 pints in 30 minutes. Excuse me. I need to go. I need to leave.
That's a lot.
And yeah, it's like I love that you guys are all you guys all drink and shit, but it's like I don't want to join in on it anymore, because I can't do it anymore.
That's fair.
It's like I can enjoy like 1 or 2 drinks, but I need somebody just to be able to sit there and go, stop. Or there's only one. You only get to have one. And I'm like, I can deal with one. But if somebody says, but if somebody keeps changing the can, keeps replacing the bottle, I'll just keep on drinking until as long as they keep replacing the bottle, and I won't stop, and I know it. And which is the reason why I don't buy anymore, because if I know I've got six bottles in the fridge, I'll have no bottles by the end of the day. I don't have moderation. I'm just gonna start drinking like a fucking fish, and I don't want to do that.
Everybody has their reasons for doing things.
Yeah. And I got enough trauma and shit that I don't want to, because the thing is that once I start drinking, I'm not thinking anymore. It's quiet. It's nice. Holy fuck, is it nice. No more trauma, no more worries, no more thoughts, no more brain just turns off. Brain never turns off. It's a break. But the price of what I pay to have that quiet is too high. I don't want to I'll deal with a constantly running brain that's just doing too much, hung over and drinking more, so I don't have to think about anything anymore. And yeah, I don't want to. I don't. And the bad part is that once the alcohol happens, that's when I start losing control on my temper and on my emotions, and I either turn into either the happiest drunk in the universe, a sobbing fucking mess, or something I don't want to be. And it's all the environment. And luckily, I usually have friends who are really fun, really happy, really great, and therefore I don't get angry. But God, it's never pretty when angry happens. And I know if I start doing that online, with people like, hey, I love it when Blaine starts ranting angrily at things, and here's me going, no, I don't like it. I hate it. And now imagine me a fifth of the way through a bottle of whiskey, or scotch, or half a bottle of rum, or a 12-pack of beer in, and then someone goes, hey, Blaine, are you angry about something? Oh, yeah, I am. And then suddenly shit's going to get really, really fucking rough, really fucking fast. And I don't want to do that no more. Sorry it got really real all of a sudden there.
That's perfectly fine. I think it's one of the reasons why people do tune into this and watch it throughout the week.
Yeah. All right. I think on that note, what was that?
I was going to ask if crafting had anything going on with Palladium, especially Robotech videos this week.
Not this week, no. I will have it week after next.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well, if you're not there with us tomorrow during a New Year's Eve Discord chat, then what you can do is hang out with us on Monday as we celebrate New Year's Day at 7:30 p.m. Me and Janet will open up the auditorium for a Blade Runner discussion. This is the first in a series of sci-fi movies, I believe. We're going to be going over the mini films of Philip K. Dick, and his stories he had, and get in some deep dives on these. There's enough to talk about with Blade Runner. We could actually do 2 streams on that, because there's the original release of 1982, which bombed and has things like narration and stuff that I like, and also it's got the most wonderful props and set design I've ever seen in a movie since. And that movie was made when I was 7 years old. I'm 48 now. I really have to say that there's the continuing stream will be something that we do a little differently. We're watching a movie. It's a Friday? No. On Monday, January 8th, we'll be doing the Indictment McMartin trial, which kind of has some echoes into today. And you'll understand what I'm saying once we see it, once we get into it. But I think you guys would really enjoy what we're going to be doing here. We'll be watching Blade Runner on Sunday night and then discuss it on Monday. Probably could be a really long show Monday night, at the very least. It is one of my favorite films of all time. I just want to say that.
I can believe it. Good movie.
Really hope everybody has regardless where you're at, a great New Year's Eve and safe. And, no party is worth you not being able to come home and sleep in your own bed after that. So I'm just going to leave that common sense there. I hope everyone out there that watches this before or after has a safe and happy New Year's Eve. We're looking forward to 2024 because of the shit shows. Janet passed out. She has a 4 o'clock cock-a-doodle-doo, literally. So we're going to let her get some rest. That rooster's merciless in the morning. So appreciate every one of you that was here. Thank you to Kai, to the Crafting Gamer, to Baron G Rock, to Flady, to Janet. Thank you for the stream before that. And thank you to chat for just stopping in and listening to me talk with Kai. and then turn it over this last hour as I think of what am I going to do now while I wait for these to dry and get ready to do the final steps of my hobgoblin army. Anyway, be well. See you tomorrow. Later today.
Good night.